As promised, I've been reading Natural Beauty by Ling Huang. I mentioned this in my last video where I was thinking I'd just combine them, but I wound up rereading all of Extreme Makeover Apocalypse Edition. And I thought I'd just kind of throw that one together because I think a really fun part about this is the stopping partway through, checking in, kind of developing my thoughts over time. So I decided I'd do that with this. However, maybe mildly bad news, I'm like 75% through the book. I normally would film a little bit beforehand where I could tell you what I understand of the book, which is this is a book that seems right up my alley. It is something that reminds me of the premise of Extreme Makeover and movies like The Substance. There is this short, it's an episode in an anthology it's like Del Toro's Cabinet of Curiosities, I want to say, on Netflix. There's an episode there called The Outside. Things that are about like sinister goo and sinister cosmetic companies and body horror and transformation. These are things that I'm really into as a subject. I think that they're very fun and interesting. I like weird science. I like speculative science. I like horror. So Natural Beauty, I knew was about a woman who finds herself working at a cosmetics company, and that as she gets more enmeshed in it, it reveals more cultish and horrifying things going on. And also that she was a musician. I knew that ahead of time. And nothing else. So I wouldn't have had to talk about much in the very beginning, but I did wind up just I started reading it yesterday, and I found myself with like a lot to say. I started to talk about it on my Discord. I have like a little channel called Crow Live Reads, where I sometimes talk about books I'm reading. I especially do it when I'm doing a book that I'm writing a formal review on, which I will get to Crown Tide. It's been so hot. I have a fan here, and I was just thinking, man, could I just fan myself this whole review? I'm not going to do that, but I really don't fare well in this weather, so it's been very hard for me to work on the proper sitting, concentrating, and like writing thousands of words part. I'll get back to it. But reading is a bit easier, and I started reading this, I started just talking about it because I found myself with a lot of thoughts, and I just kind of kept reading and reading until it was very much time to sleep. And I'm really excited to get to reading it after I'm done filming this part. I'm so curious where it's going, and I'm really excited, like I say. But just because I'm excited doesn't mean I have a lot of good things to say about this book so far, and I have a lot of things that are this like floating bubble of uncertainty where I really need to see where it's going to go before I can fully judge it. And then there's a lot of stuff along the way that I haven't hated anything, but I have found myself really wanting more, or yeah, wanting more, I think is the best way to put it. So, okay, this book, it really challenged me at the start. That's kind of what made me stop almost immediately when I was reading it. I have my laptop in front of me with like some screenshots so I can look at text because I'm going to read a few things. And right off the bat, chapter 1, the prose is overwhelming with similes and descriptions that do not work, in my opinion. And this was something that I just spent a long time, honestly, in those like first 2 chapters really digging through. And then, like I kind of thought would happen, it really went away after that point. I'm not sure if that's intentional for plot reasons, but I kind of think it isn't. I think this is that thing where it's in so many books, right off the bat, the author really wants to try to like dazzle you with prose and lyricalness and interesting metaphors, and then just kind of that gets lost when there actually starts to be characters and plot. So, I'm going to read you the first 2 paragraphs of this book. Chapter 1. Even the door is beautiful. A single piece of dark, heavy wood, like rich chocolate poured under an ancient stone archway carved with wings and scales. My hand rests on the golden doorknob, surprisingly hot to the touch. A twist and a push, and I am pulled in by the deep pink carpets and the soft muted clinking of expensive products. Warm candlelight emanates from every surface. A light botanical smell fills the air. People mill around, tightly wrapped in sumptuous wools and furs. They sniff, drip, and dribble substances onto themselves. Light gray mother-of-pearl inlays stripe the walls. When the light catches, they seem to move like the sudden falling of tears. In fact, the entire place feels unusually alive, as if I have stumbled into the womb of a slumbering giantess. So, there's one thing about the prose, and especially right here, and like I say, it's so heavy in the beginning and then it really kind of mostly fades, is I like a lot of the most of their similes, because there's a lot of just like this. I like a lot of these similes in concept. I like them in theory, but what I'm seeing in the book is especially here, a frequent replacement of description for just a comparison point. Like, the entire place feels unusually alive, as if I've stumbled into the womb of a slumbering giantess. I actually think that is kind of weird, but really good and evocative, except it isn't really playing off of any of the words that came beforehand or after. I don't have the sense of what it means for this place to feel alive or be like the womb of a giantess. Like, there is a pink carpet on the floor and there are people moving around. So I guess maybe that's it. But to me, that isn't enough to justify such a specific and odd choice of a simile there. And it just kind of is then sitting there just not being used. And all of the similes are also weakened because they're just coming at you right in a row, you know, like the sudden falling of tears, like I've stumbled into the womb of a slumbering giantess. Right on the next page, it is, his face has a rubbery quality, like it would hold a pressed handprint. The exception is cheekbones, which slice the air like fins. The wall behind him is light pink, filled with rows and rows of white ceramic jars, like the gleaming of teeth embedded in a healthy set of gums. I omitted like part of a sentence there, but there's just a lot of these like very evocative words coming in here. They're very interesting. And the text is kind of just, I feel like, relying on the interesting nature of the words rather than telling me anything descriptive or doing a lot of very basic establishing of things. So the first chapter is the main character walking into this store. It's not a cosmetics company entirely. It's a health and wellness brand called Holistic, spelled a bit different, obviously. And they are a high-end, extreme luxury wellness. They have a spa, and they also sell tons of products. They're always making new products. They have a laboratory where they're inventing new stuff. They have a farm where all of like their organic stuff is grown. They're owned by an extremely like a billionaire who is a huge philanthropist and owns and invests in tons of like arts and things. He's somebody who's said to be obsessed with beauty and just wants to foster and grow beauty in the world in every way. So she walks in and she meets somebody named, I didn't look up how you pronounce this name. I want to say it's Saja. I've been thinking it's Saja the whole time. It is Saje. So Saja is her boss. She is, I don't think she's like the manager, maybe she's the manager, but she oversees the store. And she has invited the main character here and quite quickly offers like, hey, do you want a job? And the main character begins working there immediately. So the first chapter is just her walking in, some of her first impressions of the place, and that's kind of it. It's a short introduction before we then go to more of a flashback to explain a little bit of how she met Saja. But in both of these chapters, there is a lot of establishing details that feel very absent. Like, for example, I don't know, I did not know if we were in a far future, like we'd say like a 2050, if we were in the present day, but there's been like one or two tech advancements that are impossible or different. If we were in a near future, we would say like it's 2030. That's closer than ever now. 2035. You know what I say when I say like 2035 versus 2050 or 2100? The ways that like we think of eras of sci-fi based on like a very set number of years in the future, which grows ever smaller. Yeah, I could not figure out what was normal in this world, what level of technology we were at, what level of cosmetics technology we were at, if this was a widespread knowledge of some of the like things that this company sells, or if this is all secretive and we're otherwise operating at a like modern day level. It took me a very long time to feel confident that we were in a present day, but maybe there's one or two products that don't exist, but it doesn't seem like that's a widespread knowledge. And similarly, getting a grasp on the main character takes a while, and honestly, this is like the biggest thing I'm gonna talk about that I feel is a real issue in the book, is the main character. This is a first-person book, and I feel so distant from the main character. She is, like, there are these aspects of her that are fleshed out and are very interesting and well written, but so much of the book, she feels very absent from her own thoughts and feelings. And then every time, sometimes something does happen, and she will have a, like, shock reaction or any kind of reaction, and then that will feel very weird because so many other things she's just utterly nonplussed about. Like, she just doesn't really care or react. And especially in the beginning, that makes it so hard to establish what is normal in this world and what's going on. Like, so she gets hired at this company, and she's taken downstairs, and she's like fed a weird tea that a scientist person just kind of says it's for the worms. And then she doesn't really question that. She is taken to a chamber where thousands of silkworms descend and start spinning their silk all over the place. And this is to help make her new uniform. It's not really clear why she has to be in the room when the worms start spinning the uniform. They also aren't done immediately. What happens then is that she lingers in the room for a bit and a gas is released. All of the silkworms fall off of their strings, and the scientist is like, that's a gas that we release that just knocks them out, and it makes them a bit more like compliant and relaxed while we harvest the silk from them. That way it doesn't kill them, but we get it. And she really doesn't react to any of these things. Why is she in the room when the first part happens? I guess the silkworms are reacting to something about her to customize her uniform so it is special to her in some way. This isn't questioned or explained. It's really quite weird, but she just doesn't blink at any of it. So I'm like, okay, is this a Model Land kind of situation? Like, there are more than one way in which this book kind of gives me a flashback to Model Land, except Model Land is so, like, I'm gonna call it wacky and, like, zany and bizarre, but, like, colorfully bizarre, that you know that the tone is going to do just random weird stuff the whole time. It doesn't let you question that. Where this book is really struggling to be, like, sometimes it's a very silly satire of the cosmetics company. A lot of the times we're hearing about the products and treatments that go on at Holistic, and it's just like, it's satire. It's like really ridiculous and over the top. The main character has two roommates who are very much just these like wacky neighbor type character. Like, they're not really characters, they're just jokes. And there's just a lot of this kind of like really over the topness and implausible, but in a way that's just trying to be funny kind of things going on. But at the same time, there's a lot of very serious things. There's quite some serious topics. I'm going to edit in, and I'll probably edit in like right here after I finish the sentence. This is the interlude where I read what some of the trigger warnings for this book are. There are quite a lot. Some of these I go into more details about than others. Most of these are actually quite key to the plot line. So they are involved in one way or another. a fair bit, even if there aren't always going to be some gruesome details. So, this book contains animal abuse, human and animal experimentation, drug use, as well as drugging non-consensually, body horror. There is quite a lot of body horror, sexual abuse and rape. There's pregnancy horror, as forced pregnancy particularly, cannibalism. There is a mention of eating disorders that I go a bit on. There is racism, particularly racism against the Chinese. There is also a hint around that I will discuss, connected to white supremacy and some Nazism. There is grooming and some implied pedophilia. And there is also quite a bit around that I'm going to discuss around mentally dissociation. So that about covers it. There's a lot of triggering topics in this book. It goes to lots of dark and bizarre places, and it wants to be taken very seriously and handle those matters seriously, which it, broadly speaking, does. But that then feels so incongruous with a lot of the other tone. So, yeah. Right, so she starts working here. The narrator is unnamed. She's unnamed for reasons that are thematic, which we'll get to, and I think that the thematic stuff is a good idea. It's very interesting, and I like what it's doing, except I think that the other reason it's in first person is so that she can remain unnamed and not have it be clunky and like having to call her the woman the whole time. And I think that the downside of it being in first person, but we have no sense of this character's like personality or thoughts. She feels so detached from everything. I don't feel like I'm reading first person when I'm reading her because of how often she just doesn't seem to be in the moment in like a way that makes sense. But I don't know, maybe it's a plot thing. I wish it was in third person, but I understand why she's unnamed when we get there. So, the narrator is, she used to be a dishwasher. I'm gonna read this sentence because this isn't like right away, this is the beginning of chapter 2, and another thing where I'm trying to parse what level of reality or world are we at? I had just finished another day of scrubbing endless dishes in piping hot water. It wasn't so bad once I'd gotten used to it. At the end of each night, I would kick off my shoes, eat leftovers from the kitchen, and strip the burned skin from my hands. I felt triumphant when I could get a large piece off all at once, like peeling off an opera glove. Months of lightly flaying myself had made the raw skin baby soft, and I sometimes fantasized about submerging my whole body in the sink, shedding everything. Okay, I've worked as a dishwasher before, for like a small period of time many years ago, and I did rinsing in very hot water, but then we had like a proper dishwasher. And I wore gloves, and I don't know what other people's experience of dishwashing is, but I feel like if you're doing full dishes by hand, why are you not wearing gloves? Why is this? That should be required, because the amount of burning that you have to be to constantly be peeling your skin off, especially skin like an opera glove is past the elbow. And so this is something where I'm really struggling immediately to be like, wait, am I supposed to take this literally, as in she is literally doing this? Because nothing about it sounds like she is currently exaggerating. She's just being like, oh, I kind of grew used to the sensation of peeling my skin off. I would do it like peeling off a huge piece of it like an opera glove. Like, she's not saying that she's peeling all of the skin past her elbow. She's saying like an opera glove peeling off. It's satisfying. But huge chunks of skin? That's not right. But then I was like, well, is this a world where there's regenerative healing lotion that she's putting on? And the answer to that is no, I think. Well, maybe, but she wasn't using it. At another point, she mentions at this job that once she had to carry a bunch of, like, the freezer malfunctioned, and she had to carry a bunch of dead fish mush out of the freezer, and some of it got caught under her fingernails and it stank. And again, I was just like, do they not have gloves? At this, she is struggling with money. One pair of gloves. I think it's the responsibility of the job to do it, but one pair of gloves. Anyway, so I was really getting distracted at first by this stuff. and just being like, I hope this settles down, because what's going on when it's all this weirdness, it becomes this thing of, I need a level of normalcy to compare the weirdness to. I need an understanding of what the main character considers to be normal and what she doesn't consider to be normal. And that is absent for the most of things in this book. Again, sometimes she does react like, huh? This is weird, this is confusing. Sometimes she's shocked by things. But the amount of things she isn't makes it so hard to establish that baseline that I really did get more and more into this book and enjoy it overall. But there are just a lot of these distracting things where I feel like the book is pushing to be more artsy and lyrical, and like it's not trying to be scientific, it's not trying to define itself with clear world building, clear rules to what is currently possible in science in this world. It's not really connecting a lot of its ideas overall so far. There's like a lot of like stray ones, but they're just all over the place in terms of like possible violations of medical and cosmetic stuff and how that could be very bad, but it's mostly like these one-off things. So I get the book isn't really invested in telling me hard details, but I also just really wanted a little bit more of a clear connective tissue that would help me go, I know what is going on. Anyway, I need to keep telling you about the plot, okay, so she starts working at this job because Saja comes into a restaurant and recognizes her because the main character is a piano prodigy. So she is, her parents are immigrants from China. They fled during the Cultural Revolution. And both of them were piano teachers and piano players. They really struggled to make a living and get by when they came to America. They both started working as just piano teachers, but she had a very loving upbringing, especially relating to the piano. Her parents were kind of reluctant to get her into it because I think that it caused them a lot of problems, but then she's introduced to it and the music has always had a calling to her, and she's a natural and she's a like prodigy. Her parents start to train her in playing the piano. This is all very like, this is the section of the book, by the way, anything to do with her parents, her heritage, her relationship to music. These are the parts that are the best written and the most effective. This is the times where the narrator has a character that I so clearly like see. I understand her place in the world and her feelings on a lot more things, but like only in the context of when we're dealing with her parents and music. That is such a contrast to a lot of the other stuff going on. And probably some of that contrast is intentional, but we'll see when I get through the book. So like the music is really well written. So she's a really good player. Her parents are training her. Her father starts to film her practicing and uploads it to YouTube in order to send to family in China. And the videos of her practicing wind up going a bit viral. She gets a lot of attention for being the super skilled piano player at such a young age. And this means that when she is around 12, she is contacted, or her parents are contacted, by a conservatory in New York that is interested in taking her on as a student. And she gets like a big scholarship fund and is able to start going there. She is the youngest student at the conservatory, and she is very successful. All her teachers think that she is extremely talented, but she is bullied relentlessly by all of her peers. She never makes a friend. She never feels like she fits in. She tries to do things. A lot of the not fitting in and being hated is related to both that she's like young and really good, but also there is a lot of racism that is thrown at her. And like so much racism. And she tries to fit in at first for a bit where she rejects her family who sends her like food. She tries to spend like her scholarship fund money instead of sending it to her parents, which she feels very guilty about. She buys like clothing that's fancier in order to fit in with the other students who are mostly all like rich. She gets it, like, bleaches her hair and changes her look a lot, but that doesn't actually work to make anyone like her. And so instead, she becomes obsessed with being the best piano player because she feels like if she could just master the piano, then she could be accepted, because surely there would be a limit of skill and ability she could display before people would have to like her and concede that she was just, like, so good. So she throws herself into the music there. She has a very hard time at the conservatory. As much as she loves piano, and she loves it so much, it really isn't a very pleasant time overall. Every year the recitals are very difficult. They take place at a theater where her parents can't actually afford to get seats, even though they're invited each year and they go up. It's like the one time a year she sees them. But she still just has such a strong connection to them through music. She also begins to get, she's so good that she's taken out to perform for, like, rich people. Like, she goes to some, like, galas and charity events. I don't think she's being compensated for this in any way. She just sort of is, like, taken out and made to perform, as it was. And then she describes that a lot of the times after she plays, she'd just kind of hang out in, like, an office, or, like, what would be called, like, a green room is just an office or something. And then sometimes somebody would come and pick her up to go home, and sometimes they'd just be picking her up to go and make her play an encore. So on her, I think it's basically her last I think it's her last year and her last ever recital at the conservatory. I'm not sure if it's 100%. She is playing like usual. Her parents stay extra late with her afterwards. They usually come to, like, her room and they have food and spend time together. And that night they spend a bit of extra time together because she feels so lonely and just really misses them and wants to spend more time. And then she winds up falling to sleep at some point, feeling very, like, content and happy. But she wakes up the next morning and learns that her parents have been in a car crash. And their state after this is very bad. I'm not actually sure what a proper overall term to say is, beyond just they've been very severely injured. They're not in comas, but they have lost a lot of their function, like motor function, brain function. There are times when she is able to still talk with them a little bit and get their attention, but a lot of the times they don't even acknowledge her presence, and they're kept at a very, like, cheap hospital where they're just sort of laid on, like, cots. It's very minimal because she can't afford to pay for their care. She barely can, but she's, like, in debt to this hospital and is really struggling to afford it. She's behind a bunch. The nurse there is sympathetic, but ultimately is warning her, like, we're gonna have to stop doing this soon because you really do owe a ton of money. And when this happens, it's obviously severely traumatic, and she stops playing the piano. She can't bring herself to play the piano again, and that is how she winds up working at this restaurant, scalding her hands when, of course, her hands are the tools in which she plays music, and is recognized by Saja because Saja is a wealthy woman and has seen her play before. And so is like, what are you doing at a place like this? Offers her the job, and she takes the job at Holistic, which pays a lot better, though it still doesn't seem to be enough pay to fully cover her parents' care and her living expenses, especially because she has to pay back a lot of debt, but it's a definite improvement. So this job is obviously important for her to keep up with. Right, so in the beginning of the book, the pacing especially, though this continues the whole time, moves surprisingly quick. I guess pacing's not the term that I'm thinking of. The time skipping happens quite a lot really quickly. So she starts working at this place, and we see some of her first day, maybe her second day. There's like a little event that happens, and then we start going, like, it seems like days and then weeks later, at times months will pass. And there's a lot of really crucial stuff that I'd like to see about what happens there, especially because of stuff that is introduced on that first day. So when she goes first day, she meets her manager. Her manager is named Lilith, and Lilith is this like beautiful woman who has very like, her beauty is severe and her expression serious. I just found one of these quotes on this. And Lilith is a bit cold, but also a bit warm. They maybe have something sort of brewing underneath. The main character is really into women, but she doesn't know that she's into women. It doesn't really feel like it's a it's repression, I guess, or just not realizing her identity yet. But it is kind of odd to me how much she is so attracted to women, and then when it comes up way later in the book that she might have like feelings for a woman and be attracted to them, she is like really quite shocked at the idea that this is the case. And I'm like, I've seen you. So Lilith is her manager. She's going to be an important character. And Lilith is walking her through some of this store. I really actually feel like another missing aspect is understanding the layout of the store and exactly what's going on, but whatever. So she's walking around and she's like, okay, there's some jars here that are empty jars. And Lilith is like, it's food for the snakes. And the main character is like, there's nothing in them? And she's like, well, it's not physical food, it's spiritual food to awaken Kundalini, the power serpent of divine energy that lives at the base of our spines. And then a small pebble around Lilith's neck begins to hum. This is one of those moments where you're like, what is normal in this world? The main character stares in surprise as the vibration increases until it lifts slightly from her neck. Like is it hovering? I don't know. Then she grabs it, takes it off the chain, and opens it, and it's full of what look to be tiny precious jewels, and eats them. Then she hands the main character a velvet pouch that has a clear putty in her palm. It prickles a bit as it lands, and then hardens until it becomes identical to the pebble around Lilith's neck. The main character, like, looks at it, trying to figure out how it did this. And then Lilith is like, beautiful, aren't they? We all have one. You know, they're powered by this and designed by this. It's basically a physical, holistic app that reminds you when to take your supplements. And you can keep the most important ones inside, so they're readily available. So, like, there's this magic putty pendant thing that everybody all of the employees have to wear. They have to take supplements. She didn't realize this, but learns it is in fact required that you take supplements. The employees also partake in trials of various products. That is just like required, but it's also such a expensive and luxurious store that this is really more of like an employee benefit. That, you know, they're all about health and wellness at this company. So nothing weird about that, even though it definitely is weird to make everybody wear a medication reminder necklace and give them a bunch of supplements. But yeah, she starts taking all these supplements, using these products. This is why I talk about the time skip feeling a bit. I really wanted to see more before we get to her taking the supplements, because these supplements are going to be changing her. But I don't have enough of a sense of her in the beginning, mentally at least. Physically, there's changes, and that is very clear. That it's very difficult to tell if the supplements are messing with her mind for sure. I have a feeling they are, but that hasn't been revealed yet in the book. And the fact that it's just a feeling instead of something that I can look at in a first-person book and say, she thought like this, she acted like this, and she has changed over the course of time to be different, and it might be because of the mysterious supplements that the company's giving her that are changing her body. But I don't actually have enough to go on there, especially because we kind of skim over the first few weeks pretty quickly, so we really don't have a sense of that. There's a lot of telling in this book over showing, and it's telling me a lot of interesting things, but are a lot of times where I really want to be like, slow down, pause, give me at least a scene that illustrates this before you tell me how it evolves over the next few days or weeks. So, the main character, after her first day working there, goes home. She lives in this crummy basement apartment with 2 roommates, which are Alice and Charlie. Alice and Charlie are just jokes rather than people. I think that there's some funny aspects to them, but also they really, really are like bit characters. They're bit characters in a sitcom that's like mocking a millennial, I guess is maybe too old at this point, but like, you know, like mocking the younger generation of like privileged people in New York, like that kind of very specific archetype. That's what these 2 are. They're like sleeping in CBD emitting sleep pods, and Alice is when Alice is talking to the main character about first getting the apartment, we get like a flashback to their conversation, and Alice asks the main character, "Where are you from?" Like really from, like in the racist way. And the main character is like, "Well, my parents are from China." And then Alice is like, "Oh my God, that's awesome. I love sushi." And then I think she named something else too. She's like, "I love sushi, and I can't wait for you to tell me about you know, I really want to learn all about authentic Asian food and culture." Oh, she also says she likes Pocky. And then she does go, "Oh, are those Japanese? Well, anyway, I can't wait to learn about Asian things from you." So, you know, we're just clueless racist here. And she also has like, Alice's ambition in life is that she wants to become a practitioner of Feng Shui who exorcises generational trauma from furniture. This is a really silly idea. And again, it's just kind of like she's just this bit character. She doesn't really matter to the plot. But at the same time, it just is this really weird contrast sometimes when more serious stuff comes up. Like, for example, regarding eating, the book, especially in the beginning, winds up posing the main character in this not like other girls way. Some of the points are very good, they're good points, and I understand what they're doing. And she isn't like other girls, especially because she's Chinese. And especially like at her workplace, all the other girls appear to be just like white. They're mostly like white blonde women. And so she really is like I'm a diversity hire. She feels out of place in the way that she's always been out of place, fitting in America, fitting in being somebody who is Chinese, but she's never been to China. Like, all of these things are thematically good, and there's a lot of thematic good in general in the book. But the way that then some of it is written is, I'm gonna read you this. Like a lot of the girls at the conservatory, Alice is a perfectionist, especially regarding her appearance. She refuses food so often and so virtuously, I would believe her if she told me she's on a subscription service that miraculously places everything she doesn't eat into someone else's starving belly. Only when I started living with Alice did I realize how many of my former classmates had kept such thin bodies. Maybe I hadn't been better at the piano than the other girls, but simply less hungry. If they had nourished their bodies, their fingertips might have filled out and their sound on the piano could have projected farther. It would have been a gamble. In the classical music field, it's still more permissible for a woman to be mediocre than it is for them to be fat. So, that last sentence is true. Like, as much as there have been a lot of strides with classical music, very famously, there used to be this thing when auditioning would just happen normally, that women would get hired way less than men. And then they went to like blind auditioning, but then women were still getting discriminated against because the judges could hear the footsteps of the person, and women would often wear heels. And they would tell even subconsciously that there was a woman, and so women were still being discriminated against. And so there are still measures and better ones, but like, we can't pretend that there is obviously still things like fat phobia and misogyny going on in classical music as there is in like all other fields. So that's a good point at the end, but I really, really don't like, this is of course a classic thing that I don't like, I really don't like the use of especially joke characters, mean girl characters, to talk about how they have, an eating disorder. Eating disorders are always ascribed to like the popular mean girls, and then they're used ultimately as like a joke and something that in some way makes a main character better than them. And that is kind of the vibe from what I just read there, where I'm like, okay, there's some good points there, but did you have to phrase it in this really shaming way, especially when it's directed towards Alice and just this blob of other women, especially the other women at Holistic, who are all indistinguishable appearance-wise and personality-wise, and similarly kind of morph into this homogenous blob of like dumb beauty-obsessed women. Do we have to do it by really like shaming and putting down a character who isn't even a character and is a joke? Like, I really don't like that. I have such an issue with books when they talk about eating disorders, especially for a book that is like about the beauty industry and wellness industry and culture, which is something that fosters eating disorders. And this is like the first time in the book that the subject of eating disorders comes up. And it hasn't really been overall directly explored in the book otherwise. So it just feels like, wait, what are we doing taking shots right now? So the main character, she returns home. She really wants a shower after her day, but the shower in her crummy basement flat isn't working. So she goes on a hookup app and she just kind of like finds a random guy. It's a guy who like basically super liked her, and I don't think that's happened to her before. So that's one of the reasons she's just like, okay, I'll pick this guy. But she is like purely transactionally like, okay, I'll just kind of like let him have sex with me, we'll have sex, whatever. She's not really that interested in it. I think that I'm pretty sure that she is just a lesbian, but obviously she might be bisexual and just hasn't discovered like or realized her sapphicness. But yeah, she just has sex with this guy, whatever, and then she's thinking mostly the whole time of like, I bet he's gonna have a really good shower, because he turns out to live in like this mansion, and she's like, there's gonna be such a good shower and like such fluffy towels. So she goes to the bathroom afterwards for her shower, and there's a woman laying in the bathtub, and the woman is laying, naked as one would expect, in the tub. She seems to, I think she's like almost like dozed off. She's like, I just tend to lie here for hours and I lose track of time. Can you help me out of the bath? And so she gets out of the bath. The main character's like stunned by her attractiveness. She is this extremely beautiful, blonde hair, blue-eyed girl. Her name is Helen, and she turns out to be the twin sister of the guy that the main character just hooked up with. And then she just kind of walks away, but the main character is just really struck by that. And that is kind of when we get to, now there's some time skipping, where the character, I'll read a little bit of this stuff to get a sense of it. And again, I like a lot of the stuff in this book. The first thing they teach me at the store is how to be my best self. It requires constant self-surveillance to steadily improve. My coworkers relate it to pruning a bonsai, painful but necessary for refinement. What starts as an enthusiasm for improvement becomes an all-consuming infatuation. Caution becomes paranoia and eventually fear. Is there anything more comforting in life than knowing what to fear? At Holistic, they teach me what I need to be afraid of to become beautiful. I learn what not to eat, almost everything, what not to drink, almost everything. But the science changes quickly and often. Don't eat eggs. Eat 3 eggs a day before 5 p.m. Only eat the albumin of the egg, and only at dawn, by the sea. Eventually, there are places and substances to avoid. Specific energies are not allowed, and certain feelings are cautioned against. The compendium of things to fear is so vast, it often feels too risky to take a deep breath. So, but also when we get like a telling stuff, I think that's a really good bit of writing that then isn't reflected in her thoughts after the point of establishing. She's like, I learned what to fear. Isn't it kind of comforting to have these things? But then we never see her actually take on the behaviors of being obsessive about her appearance or what she eats or what's going on. She hasn't actually internalized these things, but that writing is very well written and says that she has been internalizing all these things. The main character's kind of inconsistencies are odd in that, again, she is often very self-aware. Sometimes I felt like she was this, like, weary soul judging humanity. Like, she knew a lot of the right things to think. But other times she seems to lack self-awareness, or not just self-awareness, but, like, worldly awareness. And that would make a lot of sense. She grew up pretty isolated overall, especially when she went to the conservatory. She had, like, no friends her entire life. She's always felt like an outsider and a loner. She's always been really just into the piano. Like, I would believe if she had very little life experience and was now adapting, but that doesn't seem to be the case. She honestly seems like she has lived a lot, but in a way that she seems like she's more, like, street smart, as it were, when, I don't know, maybe in the last few years she did. Like, for example, there's this bit where a customer is talking to her teenage daughter about the male gaze and self-care, and these are new concepts to the main character. She's like, the male gaze is a new concept for me. It had never occurred to me to dress for men. So I'm like, okay, I could believe this as a character, but I want that to be consistent. And yeah, so one day though, she goes in and Helen is there at the store, and she's like holding her phone and listening to something. And the main character realizes that she's listening and playing a video of the main character's piano performance. It's actually the performance that night that her parents got in that car crash. So this is, first, it's really shocking to see Helen here, and then it's really triggering, and she like faints and blacks out and then wakes up afterwards. And okay, two things spawning off of this. One is that in the immediate aftermath, she's taken to the basement to see their, like, wellness coach person. They have, like, an in-house therapist-ish, but not really. Her name's Imogen, and she's an empath. She's an empath, guys. She's really worked hard to train her field of energy to be so empathic and empathetic. But sometimes it's so much and she can't even be working. But then what happens is this really, really, again, quite disturbing and sudden thing where the main character goes down there and Imogen, like, she sits on this chair that's a leather chair that then starts to, like, grow, like you know, if you were to have an arm, that chair that would have those things that would lock in, like restraints. But this thing didn't look like it had restraints until suddenly the restraints are the leather morphing to take the shape of restraints. So they restrain her arms and her legs and start to, like, vibrate like a massage chair. There's also a bit that goes over her head. And Imogen is, like, looking at the computer screen and reading her vitals and being like, okay, your energy and your vibe, we're working on it. And then part of the chair goes between her legs and is vibrating. And this is something that is really shocking, but a bit, like, just more overwhelming and confusing for the main character. And so that's giving her this, like, pleasure sensation. But then the chair stops working. And so the Imogen, in frustration, just kind of, like, leans over and starts using her fingers and is just, like, really annoyed and trying to get the main character to come while she's, like, mostly staring at the vital signs on the screen and just she won't stop until the main character comes, which the main character eventually has to kind of try to make herself do so because she realizes the only way she's going to get released. And then she's left, like, quite traumatized and upset, but more than, like, just upset, she's more, like, kind of dissociated away from that because that's not that surprising. and just kind of like wanders out. It's like, okay, thanks for the appointment. And then her boss is like, oh, so, you saw Imogen, right? Isn't that wonderful? And kind of just talks some like corporate speak about like, we find that, our workers are women mostly, and we know that it's really difficult for women to balance like work life and pleasure. So this is like a really helpful way that we do these things, like completely numb to the idea of like, the sexual assault involved, especially when Imogen herself gets involved, but it already was. And it's just like super casual. There was no checking of consent or warning or anything going on. And that's really wild. And then it kind of doesn't really come back again much. Like it gets brought up a little bit later. Kind of as something to avoid, because somebody teaches her that you can make the bead around her neck the thing that reports vital signs and stuff. And it's also tracking her vital signs in a lot more than just giving medicine reminders. And they're like, oh, if you smear that with like Vaseline every few days, then it will cancel out the signals and it will make it start giving only a neutral signal. And that's in response to like mentioning the chair, but not specifically what happened with the chair. And then that kind of isn't really expanded on or brought up in any way. It's just this really wild, sudden thing that happens. And it's not going to be the last time that there's something kind of to a degree of that. So that's the immediate aftermath. The other thing is that the main character learns who Helen is. And Helen is the niece of the CEO of the company. The CEO of the company, his name is Victor. And Victor, he's, again, like a philanthropist. He had a very hard life that was very difficult until he managed to, like, have a breakthrough on, like, a health thing. And then he now is invested in all of these companies and technologies around, like, medicine and wellness. And so, yeah, Helen is his niece. Lilith is Helen's childhood friend. They are extremely close. They used to spend a lot of time together, traveling the world, doing all these insanely like rich and privileged things. And they were super close until like 4 years ago when Lilith started to get very bitter about art and like the company and then like Helen's family, and broke off their relationship. She went to journalism school, was super angry, and then suddenly she came back just like very recently and has been super chill, and now she works at the company. And Helen doesn't really understand what changed, but she's thankful that her friend is back. So Helen and her twin, who's Henry, they're these guys who don't work at the company, but they're very well known. Helen is she is a potter. So she makes the ceramic jars that a lot of the supplements are sold in, or at least she makes a lot of like the basic ones, and then now they're mass produced. And she and the main character go and get together again. Helen talks about how she didn't mean to like upset the narrator. She was playing that music because she's a big fan of the narrator's music. She explains that it was all just this really crazy coincidence when she saw the narrator that night, that narrator hooked up with Henry. She was like, I think I recognize that girl. And she realized that, yeah, it was the narrator. And the narrator was this piano prodigy that she watched on YouTube when she was younger. And it inspired her to want to play the piano, but she was always really bad at it. But she remained a big fan. And she's seen the narrator play multiple times before. And then she was showing it to people at the store because it came up and she was like, yeah, let me show you. Like, she's a really good pianist. And Helen asks if the narrator is still playing piano, and she explains that she's really can't do it anymore. But she does really, really like Helen and want to spend time with her. So she offers that she could maybe teach Helen, like tutor Helen in the piano. And that becomes kind of their excuse to start spending time together. So we get this very long chapter of the first time that they're spending time together at one of these piano lessons. And then they're having like food, and then they're having dessert. It's all home cooked by Helen. It's all delicious. This is like the first time the main characters ever felt attention from somebody, friendship from somebody. and like special care from somebody besides her parents. So she is just immediately really latched on to Helen, obsessed with Helen. She's really obviously like has a big crush on her, but is not aware of that. And though the conversation they have is one of like the first long bits of proper back and forth dialogue in the book, often the dialogue is a bit stilted in places. And in this one, there's a lot of interesting stuff being said. We get a lot of like the backstory and information about the characters, but at the same time, it's so much and it's so explanatory. And at a certain point, there comes a bit where they start talking about Helen is not actually all that down with the company. She still supports and loves her uncle, but her uncle is a bit odd, and like growing up, he would get her a whole tailored wardrobe. He kind of designed all of her outfits for her to wear when she was going to school. He, I think that when she would get visits with him, he would arrange so that she would get like a stylist to come in beforehand. He's just obsessed with beauty and making things look beautiful, but obviously it is his gaze that is what is making things beautiful. So he has particular things that he wants and likes and shapes things to be. And as she's gotten older, she now has pushed back so that he's not allowed to control how she dresses and looks anymore. But she still does like him and think that, he's not like a bad guy, but she still has mixed feelings on some of the company stuff that, maybe there's some practices or ideas behind it that she's critical of, and a lot of the business model of like beauty and stuff and a privilege, and she's quite self-aware of her own privilege at times, like right now. There's a sneeze, it's okay. He's in tight. She's really self-aware of her privilege at times, like in this conversation, but then also whenever we're getting like a casual thing going, she's running around just like buying anything that she wants and, doing anything that she wants. She doesn't care or pay attention to money, which obviously can be a character trait that she just isn't, that idea that she's doing a lot of more performatory, or like she does care about these things, but not enough to really act on them. But it also sometimes feels inconsistent. But I want to read this bit where Helen is talking and then the main character responds in a very long paragraph that really struck me again as, I don't know who this main character is. So Helen, definitely not. His whole business model privileges the already privileged, those who can spend exorbitant amount of time and money on self-care and making themselves beautiful. I say it before I can stop myself. A lot of the clients are very rich, that's true, and there are a lot of people who just want to be beautiful. Should they be doing better things with their time? Maybe. Could they? For sure, but many of them are young women. They don't necessarily have much money, but they spend what they can spare on bettering themselves. Maybe what we're doing is manipulative, but maybe it's important too. I can't see where that difference begins or ends. Beauty has always been one of the only ways women have been able to access power, and I can't fault any of them for wanting more of it. Truthfully, I related to the young women more than I wanted to admit, and felt a bit defensive about holistic, the first place that had afforded me real and social currency. So, yeah, this is where I'm like, sometimes she is this like wizened thinker who is able to make, like, as much as she's saying like she is being defensive and kind of more relating and speaking for herself, but she's also coming here like, well, historically speaking, beauty is one of the few ways that women have been able to access power. And in this, patriarchal society, can we really blame women for wanting to spend a bit of time, like, on themselves and performing self-care? And she didn't know what, like, the male gaze was, like, a couple pages ago, it seems. I know that these aren't contradictory concepts entirely, but it just felt like I was reading something that didn't belong to the character, but was expressing ideas and thoughts that the author wants to clearly express. And there's a couple of places in the book where I feel like the author is just making 100% sure there are some very direct words that don't feel as linked to the characters as they do to a concept that is being explored. Like, So, continuing on, I mean, more time is just kind of passing, and we're hearing just a lot of things about the character in the world that are not being shown. Like, it surprises me to learn that I am funny, that there are things people like about me that have nothing to do with me being a good pianist or working at Holistic. I know what she means, but I would love to see her being funny, and I'd like to know what the things are that Helen likes about her, but I don't really have that. And she's working there for a number of months, and weird stuff begins to happen to her body. And this is where I start to get very... Okay. One day she wakes up and her legs had seemingly grown longer overnight. They 100% have grown longer. The gentle slopes of my mother's body had disappeared from my frame as if someone had lopped them off. My legs stayed long and lean for a week before I understood the change was permanent. It would be absolutely just as bizarre if it wasn't permanent, but this is such a strange... It's gonna get more. So, she is all slender, and she thinks to herself, there is no longer any way to deny it. I am becoming my best self. For many months, looking in the mirror has led to surprise. Surprise, my skin has lightened, and my sunspots have been chased away. Surprised, I am so thin in the mirror I see geometric shapes, a cubic rendition of who I used to be. My breasts, on the other hand, have swelled and are as padded as a freshman's first essay. Surprise, my skin is fantastically elastic thanks to Holistic's extra strength collagen. Surprise, my limp straight hair is thickened and curled, and the hair at my roots has lightened. Is many degrees lighter. My lips steadily inflate, reminding me of the air mattress I sleep on every night. Surprise, there seems to be construction on my nose bridge, but how can that be? I write it off, pretend I'm overworked, and it's making me crazy. The truth is, I barely recognize the lithe young woman looking back at me at the mirror. I have started to obtain the glow the other girls at the store have. The luster I assume came from privilege in a trust fund. Whatever I am taking is buffing away the grime of an ordinary existence from the outside in. So, her full transformation, which just keeps going, is so extreme, and her thoughts are acknowledging it, but they are so detached from what I feel like the reality of this happening ought to be. This is where I get to the thing of, are the supplements she's taking making her brain calmer and making her more compliant? Like, that's brought up with the silkworms. It easily could be the case here. But then every time she isn't thus totally chill and relaxed, which does happen, it breaks that idea that she just isn't reacting. But she isn't reacting to what's going on, especially because the degree of what's going on keeps going. This is already so crazy, but no part of her brings this up in any way. People around her react to it. Alice becomes super jealous and wants to try all the products, but the products all make her violently ill. Alice at one point, when she's taking like a lotion that enhances her eyelashes, Alice like grabs her face and tears off her eyelashes out of jealousy. But again, the main character is just so chill. At one point, she wakes up in the night from a glare that turns out to be the opalescence of her skin. The other thing that's very clear about all of this is that it's turning her white. And this is, again, like the thematic stuff going on, where, as she points here, you know, that it's like the glow of the other women, which she's like of privilege and, you know, society and richness, is what she is turning into, is more like she's turning into somebody who is privileged and rich and beautiful and, you know, not somebody like her previously where she's an outsider and doesn't feel like or doesn't really get to fit in. That's the clear thematic stuff going on, but she is experiencing nothing about the literal stuff going on. That eyelash cream, it has a side effect where first it makes her lashes super long and thick and beautiful, but then she wakes up and the skin under her eyebrows has elongated. And she goes to work and Lilith is like, oh, here, so this is what you do. And shows her how to tuck it in a way that it folds and tucks and then press it in a certain way. And she's like, it'll stiffen in a few days. It's just a side effect. The obvious effect of this, which is referred to, but a little bit like non-directly, is that it's changing the main character's eye shape. So she is going from a monolid to a double lid. Again, making her appear white. And she's not thinking about that at all. She is thinking that she looks different, that she doesn't recognize herself, but not what those differences mean. And the other thing is that there is a sense, of course, that the main character does have a, internalized racism to herself and her appearance, that she's, learned that, and that is one reason that these changes are not as immediately upsetting to her. But on the other hand, we do see that while she did go through a phase in the conservatory of rejecting her heritage and really trying to push it away, and she still feels out of place in a lot of ways. My computer's making noise, don't worry about it. She still feels out of place in a lot of ways from everything else, and I got distracted by the computer making noise and it fully removed me from my sentences. Okay, so she feels out of place, obviously, in many ways from her own culture and heritage. And there is an acknowledgement where at one point when she's looking at, it's because I'm also trying to look to see if I can find the actual text. Okay, I have found this. So Lilith is mixed race, and there we go. I found the sentence. She's looking at at Lilith's father, who he's estranged from and is this famous movie director from China. And when she's looking at him, it's the same pearlescent skin and slightly upturned eyes. I feel a stab of resentment before reason kicks in. I work to rid myself of the envy I so often felt in grade school and at the conservatory for those who are half Asian, reminding myself it doesn't necessarily guarantee more assimilation. So with that, we can see that she is self-aware of her internalized issues around her race and fitting in. So that is a reason why when she is fully transforming and losing herself, I find it again strange that it isn't something she seems to be aware of, unless again there's a drugging thing going on. But she clearly, and she has some attachment, she has a lot of attachment to her parents. When she visits her parents in the hospital, there's a line where she thinks about looking at herself in the mirror and seeing her mother's eyes crying tears onto her father's nose. In that sentence about her body changing, she mentions how her body is losing the shape of her mother's body and turning into something else. This loss is so profound. It's connected to this theme of whitewashing and covering up and changing that is so integral to the beauty industry, to the idea of Eurocentric beauty features, or Eurocentric features being held up as the standard for beauty, and how people change their bodies to make themselves match that ideal, that very racist ideal. That's all here thematically, and it's great. But I don't see why she isn't noticing anything. She looks in the mirrors and her eyes are turning blue-green. And the fact this is so radical. Additionally, Lilith and Helen don't really remark on it. Other people notice it. I think that they acknowledge it, but they never go, hey, you're getting blue eyes and your hair is turning blonde. There's nothing on that. And as it goes on, it gets stranger. So what happens next, after this starts, is the main character is cleaning up at work one evening when downstairs there's the spas, but there's also a laboratory area, including a place called the zoo, which is where they do humanitarian, ethical experiments on animals is what is promised, which I just don't think you can do, like in the beginning of the book, there's a woman with a sloth around her neck that she's petting. I just don't think there's any way you can ethically keep a sloth in an underground lab. But I mean, obviously this company is evil and lying, so okay. So she finds that the door to the zoo is open and there's like weird green dust in the air. And she's curious and kind of edges to check it out. And she looks inside and she sees like this horror show of animal atrocities. Like she sees a bunch, like a pile of dead baby gibbons, a literal pile. There's a dead ocelot. There's some very distressed snakes that are all like ramming themselves against their cages. All of these things that she sees, she's horrified, and then she is knocked out. When she wakes up, she is in a very weird house that she doesn't know where she is or quite what happened. She has kind of a distant memory of being taken in a car somewhere, but wakes up completely alone in this house that is full of huge glass windows. There's a deer outside that is acting very weirdly. It's super close to the window and it keeps like twitching its head in a way that makes it look like it's glitching. She gets up to explore the house and it's this huge, luxurious place, but super weird. Like there's a cat wandering around and she follows the cat to a bedroom, except that was identical to the room she woke up in, except instead of a bed, there's this huge dome made of a like mercury silver something and covered in these rings just sitting there. And she's looking at that and the cat is pawing at something at the base of the dome. She looks down and finds these like coppery threads that look like they're like the like cheap wig hair that was like stuck under there. And then as she continues to wander around looking, Saja comes home and Saja's like, this is my house. I came in to check in because you hadn't closed up on time and I get an alarm when that happens. So I checked in, I found you passed out and I just decided to take you up here because I was heading back home. And her house is on the farm. The farm is called the Gunks. And it is like in New York in like a other area. We don't know exactly where it is yet, but there's an interesting thing of where it is. So it is in the Shawangunk. I did look this up a bit ago, now it's totally left me. The Shawangunk Mountains in New York. It's called the Gunks as the farm, but that's this other interesting kind of thematic thing where at one point the main character is like looking up rumors online and there's this rumor that like the farm is built on an ancient Indian burial ground, but that winds up being kind of in its own way off but true because it is built in this area that belonged to a native tribe. But the tribe is, there's still some people alive from it, but they were driven out from the area a long time ago and many, many were killed. So it is this case of, like all the whitewashing kind of things, this indigenous place and name that has been taken over by this company and white people, and even the name of it is just being called the Gunks rather than anything more correct, like the name of the mountains at least. So she wakes up here and Saja's just like, well, why don't you go for a walk or whatever? And it's like really pushy for her to leave the house and take a walk. So she just kind of starts wandering out. She's not even wearing shoes. She wanders for a while until she finds this paved stone area where there are two huge wells full of bits, like just things. She isn't really sure what it is, but it seems like it's rotting. And as she keeps walking around there, a bunch of deer emerge from the woods and begin to walk towards her in like a straight line, very regimented, walking at the same time. And when she takes a step back, they take a step forward. When she at one point tries to go in a certain direction, a deer just emerges from the side and kind of corrals her. And they kind of wind up pushing her back to the house. And like, I don't know why Saja told her to do this. I think the deer must be robots or controlled by brain implants, but we actually haven't had any mention of either of those things being possible yet in the book. I don't know what's going on with that. It just means she sees the well and then has to go home. And at this home, Saj has left, so she wanders around a bit more, feeling very unnerved. She winds up going upstairs and finding a surveillance room. And the surveillance room is like flickering through a camera feed of a bunch of different cameras, and she's observing stuff happening, but it's very difficult to understand what's happening because we're just getting these little glimpses and it's purposefully vague. At one point, I was pretty sure I knew what was going on, but the book takes a while to actually confirm that that's what was going on. So she sees Saja and Henry return, and Henry is, Henry wasn't there before, but Henry's carrying like a big burlap sack. At one point that sack tears and there's like strands of like coppery something coming out. And they're going to this place in these mountain area where a bunch of huge lenses are all being rotated from around the mountain to shine light on this bare area of rock. And then all of these trained vultures that Saja keeps are gathering there. And then it seems like they dump what's in the sack there. And we're not really given anything quite specific, but it is quite clear that this is like they're dumping a body. This is clearly that they're dumping a body, but we're really not told about that for a bit. And shortly after that, Saja is like, okay, well, I'm free to drive you home. So they actually then return to New York City to drive the main character back. And on the way back, this is the first mention of the main character's name. We still don't get the name. And I mean, in the context it's brought up, it's very clear why this choice was made. And again, like the thematic stuff works well. And it's like Saja is asking, like, your name is really pretty. And I think she asked, like, what does it mean? And the main character is like, well, it's a flower. It's like a lotus. And then Saja goes, well, it's a really beautiful name. And, but would you consider picking a name for when you're at work? And obviously it is the fault of our customers that they can't really speak, or get confused by a more advanced language is what she even says. But, those seconds of hesitation or uncomfortableness really goes against our store's vibe and could mess with like getting a transaction. So it would be maybe a good idea to just pick like an English name that you can use while you're working here. And she says, oh, the other girls, you'll be like the other girls. And the main character's like, the other girls? And then she's like, oh, well, Emerson used to be Lucia and Tanner was Ha Yoon. And she just kind of is like, oh, Tanner had so much trouble deciding which sister from Full House she wanted to share a name with. She eventually chose the last name. And just laughing. Well, the main character chokes back in shock because she's thinking, wait, Madison and Tanner, these are Asian American? Because they're blonde. Naturally so, I had assumed, and blue-eyed. And she is reacting like, whoa, those girls look like white girls, but they used to have Asian names. I think they are actually Asian. And she's really shocked by this. But again, like, her eyes are turning blue, and her hair is turning blonde, and her skin is whitening. Like, these are things that she's reacting to of shock of the idea that these girls have been completely erased from their identities to being just like generic white girls, but doesn't seem to notice it's happening to her, but does know it's happening to her, but doesn't comprehend it. So the main character is quite uncomfortable with this proposal, but is like, yeah, I'll think about it. And then Saja starts making it she's like, okay, well, you'll only work weekends until you pick out a name. Basically, like, because the narrator needs money to live. This is basically saying, like, do it. Like, this is forcing her. This is not actually giving her a choice. So she eventually does wind up having to pick one. But this is really why the main character doesn't have a name. I mean, it's thematically, I think it's really good. I've already talked about this enough. So, other stuff going on. the main character, Lilith, and Helen are spending a lot of time together, and she really likes spending time with them. She really likes the feeling of belonging with them and wanting to be like the kind of person who fits in with them in their lifestyle. At one point, this is another very weird scene, they go clubbing after drinking, and Lilith takes out this like substance in a container and just reaches reaches into her pants briefly and then is done. And then she goes to Helen like, hey, you want some? And Helen's like, yeah. And so she reaches up Helen's skirt and applies it. It's very clear where this is being applied. And then she's like, hey, you, main character. And the main character's like, I think that she does say yes. I really feel like I should immediately be able to confirm that she does. But she is already like a bit drunk and shocked, really quite shocked by this happening in the first place, that it really does feel like it's not informed consent, in that she hasn't been told what this is, let alone the whole getting touched, because then Lilith reaches down between her legs and fingers her briefly and applies a substance that then makes the character extremely high, and she just like is tripping out and having a great time at this club for hours until Helen has a fall and gets hurt and they decide to go home. While they're waiting for the cab to get home, Helen being clumsy has come up a few times. It was this very obviously like, this is going to be important in some way, but I couldn't figure out how. But she would mention like, oh, I'm clumsy, I'm falling, I've been more clumsy lately. Like, she seems to be losing coordination. At one point, she has this huge bruise in between her shoulder blades, which is quite a weird spot to actually get bruised even from falling. But something's going on. And here Lilith is like, you really should go to like a proper doctor and talk about what's going on with your clumsiness and also some stuff with like her heart. And Helen kind of like throws off the idea. But something's happening there. My first thought was that Helen was probably some kind of clone and her body is breaking down, but I don't actually know the truth of that yet, though I know a bit more. That's roughly where I am in the book. So this happens. Oh, also the club. The club they're at, this is another one of those incidental things, is a gay club where all of the people are like clients of this thing that the Victor, the CEO, owns that makes like, it does animal hybrid cosmetic things and experiments. So there's a guy who's been getting surgery to get, crocodiles have these specialized sensory organs in like bumps on their face, and he's been having those like grown in his skin. And there's a man who might have a tail. And again, I'm just sitting there like, wait, does the public know that you can have a tail? Like, is this fully underground? It might be. Or is this something that is like a bit plausible, but just like a rare, I think Lilith or Helen explains that like, yeah, Victor's obsessed with his idea of beauty, but he knows that there's a market. Whenever there's culture, there's counterculture, and he also wants to appeal to that. So he does this kind of thing also. And it's just like this one scene that we haven't seen anything about since. So, what happens at this point? The main character's parents start to do better. Like, they've been in a really bad state for 3 years at this point, at least. But they start to suddenly be, like, doing a bit better. It's really surprising, but there's a lot of hope on the horizon. The main character is really hopeful about this, but she also knows she needs to keep affording the bills and paying off debt and things, which is still pressure, but she's super excited. And specifically, though, she really needs to, I think, pay off the debt, like, now. I'm trying to remember the exact order of events here, and I'm getting a little bit fuzzy on something. No, I think that what happens is actually, I might be slightly wrong in the order of things. Sorry. The parents are doing better, and the main character decides to bring them some supplements from after she goes clubbing with like Helen and Lilith. They go home to Helen's house, and there's a lot of like suggestive stuff going on between the three of them, Helen and Lilith especially, but Lilith keeps teasing the main character in a way that makes her feel very flush and aroused, and Lilith is also like, you're super into Helen, right? And the main character here is, this is the time where she's really quite surprised to be like, wait, am I? And all of this kind of is building, but then eventually goes off. But at this point, Helen mentions that she has these like big vats of supplements in her room, and she's like, oh, feel free to take some of those if you want. So the main character later does take some of those, and she decides to give it to her parents. And these are like unlabeled ceramic jars of nutritional supplements, but I don't think it says exactly what they are. And she goes to the nurse or at this care place and is like, hey, you know, I'm their daughter. Could you start like adding this onto their daily stuff? And the nurse is like, yeah, okay. And then pretty quickly, her parents' really amazing recovery turns into this sharp decline, and they need to be hospitalized, and it's an emergency scenario. They have to be put on life support. And it's this really strange thing of the main character doesn't think it could be the supplements. The nurse doesn't seem to know it's the, like, they're just quite shocked at this sudden decline. And it's like, what about the mysterious unlabeled supplements that have been added to their diet? I think it would be so irresponsible, like I know this is like a cheap clinic, but irresponsible to just accept a random thing of supplements and start adding them to the patient's diet, even on a family member request, without knowing exactly what it was in case it would have anything that would mess with the medications they're on. But that just isn't mentioned. They get really bad. And I think I've remembered the order of events, but at the same time, the main character really needs extra money for the care of her parents. I'm pretty sure that it's because they're getting better, she really needs to invest the money to pay off the debt to ensure they can continue to get better in care. But this is where I'm confused, because I'm like, maybe it was because they were hospitalized, but I think it's actually before they're hospitalized. So she talks to Saja, and she asks if there's a way that she could get extra hours or extra work in some way. And Saja is like, okay, I actually know something. I can pick you up and take you there, and I'll tell you about it when there. So she doesn't tell the main character anything about what this is until she's already in the building. I think this is obviously very purposeful, but man, the red flags stack up so much. But also, of course, part of the point is that the main character really doesn't have a choice. She needs to care for her parents. She needs money. So Saja then introduces her to be like, so you are aware that Organic Provisions, the parent company, consists of the farm and Holistic, but there are many other branches, including one we call Apothecare. So, Apothecare, I repeat, that's right, we pay almost 6 figures a year for only 2 nights' work a week. Apothecare provides better healthcare than Holistic and extends that to employees' family. It sounds ideal for your situation, doesn't it? It does. She takes a deep breath. Now, let's talk about what we provide. Sex work has a certain connotation. My theory is that this long-standing prejudice exists because sex work has historically been a woman's profession. Apothecarics offer services that are not only safe and clean, but which also provide genuine nourishment. Every aspect of Apothecare comes with consent and safety for all parties involved, and the impact is revolutionary. This isn't just your normal sordid motel affair. These are transcendent sexual experiences. And she goes on to say a lot of stuff. She's like, this isn't about natural, organic, healing sex. You know, our girls who work here feel so good about it and really like selling her on this. And that's pretty, so, you know, okay, if this was actually as it's said up front, fine. It's just like an illegal brothel, but obviously it's not actually what it sounds like, and there's a lot of lying and obstructing the truth of what's going on here to some horrific ends. And it's already pretty horrific when you get into the whole, the narrator had to meet her here and be in the building and kind of be taken inside and put in a position where she doesn't really have she can say no, but Saja knows about her parents' situation and knows that she needs this. So she has to accept, and she does accept, and she feels kind of mixed about it. She feels kind of apprehensive and a bit confused, and the most thing that she's worried about is if the other girls at the store and like Helen will find out that she's also doing this work on the side. She's really more afraid of being judged than she is about necessarily the work. And when she actually does go in for her first time, she does find herself being like a bit excited and, you know, not feeling like all that. She's like scared in a bit of an anxious way, but she isn't actually against the idea of just doing sex work. I mean, again, like when we were looking at or seeing her hook up with men, she always framed that as purely transactional. And so the idea that she would be actually comfortable doing sex work, and especially when it's extremely well paid, extremely good benefits, like, yeah, she's like, okay, this is just that same kind of transactional use of the body. It's not something that is personal to her, but it goes otherwise. I just want to stop for a second and read something that happens when she first hears about this. So I stare at Saja. I remember the articles I read the day I was hired at Organic Provisions being a sex cult. I'd assumed the salacious things I read were nothing more than rumor. So little of it seemed to square with my experience of the extremely sanitized holistic. And I just had to stop there like, okay, this is not a sex cult. What she's described to you is sex work. There is not anything cultish about what she has explained to you. I would say that there are red flags in the way that she's talking about it and the ways that she's like, you know, this is really like this transcendental, experiential, organic sex stuff. But otherwise, like, it's just work. It's not a cult in what she's presented. The other thing is that so little of it seemed to square with my experience of the extremely sanitized holistic. Like, she might be talking about her impression of holistic before she worked there, which we don't really get a sense of. She didn't even know who Victor was. She seemed like she was in the dark about so much of this company until the day she was hired. But I just kept thinking, like, extremely you saw somebody being eaten by you saw a dead body that was being eaten by vultures. You saw a pile of baby monkeys. Earlier this very day, Saja was breastfeeding a baby gibbon at work. There are so many. You sell a product called Living Dust that is a bunch of specially designed mites that you put in your hair to eat dead skin cells. Holistic is so weird. You saw two people having sex in a compost bin as part of a spa treatment, and there were maggots everywhere. The idea of her thinking about holistic as sanitized, even in a past tense thing, is pretty wild to me. But yeah. So she is she goes in for her first day of work, or first evening working there, and she is taken to have a, like, cold bath in this odd artificial beach place that's underground. And afterwards, she's taken to a room where she is prepared. She is, like, thoroughly cleaned, and then she's made up. They dress her up. They put on a lot of makeup. They're doing things like that, like styling her. She looks in the mirror and she looks kind of like, it's quite a fun, weird look, honestly. There's a lot of like greens and oranges and stuff in her makeup. And she's just kind of like, okay, like anticipatory, but like readying herself. She's then told to go into the next room to be like sanitized, and then she blacks out. And she wakes up in her bed the next morning, her bed in her house, with no memory of what just happened. And she has been paid. This is actually when her parents, she finds out that they've gone really unwell, because she's really excited to see that she's been paid, and she's been paid a ton of money, and she's super thrilled and on her way, like, I think to the hospital when she gets, or the clinic, when she gets the call about her parents needing to be hospitalized. So yeah, she wakes up with no memory of what's just happened, and that is alarming. Not only does she wake up, though, with no memory of what happens, she also finds herself covered in bruises and some weird, like, markings. Like, there's, like, some thin indent on her wrist. Like, there's, like, something that's been tied there. She has these huge bruises. Some of them are quite dark. And she's bleeding vaginally. And then when she goes to take a shower, she goes to examine her vagina and winds up, things come out of that. Like, I think that she like kind of pries them out a little bit / like fall out. And they're these like dark things that look like seeds. My first thought was like pomegranate seeds. And it's just like, that's really disturbing. But it's, again, something where I feel like I'm wondering a lot about what's happening here. And it isn't really deeply addressed. Her mouth also, she has like a very weird flavor. She has a lot of like really good benefits from it. But what's happened? I don't know. She doesn't know. She finds it only a bit upsetting. I had to go find the text while I was talking, which I really shouldn't do when I'm being distracted. And yeah, actually there's basically no real reaction beyond the fact of her pain. Okay, I could read some of this, but I think it might be a bit too disturbing overall. Yeah, she just sort of dislodges the seeds from her. She stares as they go down the drain, and then she finishes her shower and puts on like a bathrobe and is noticing like her bank account has gone up. It's really removed, and again, disassociation and trauma makes total sense here, but that is her reaction to so many other things that this doesn't feel more so that. So she goes into work, though, like, again, like, when her parents are hospitalized, she feels so bad. She sits by their side all the time. Helen comes to visit and really cheers her up. Helen's bought her a keyboard. It was supposed to be her birthday present, but this horrible thing has now happened, and, you know, maybe it wasn't a birthday present. So it's kind of mixed feelings, but she's really appreciative. Helen is there. The narrator kind of, while looking at her parents in their really like decrepit state, begins to power herself through playing music. It's this really like beautiful bit of text about her she's struggling so much and forcing herself, but she's bringing herself back to when she was a child learning to play, and like her father's hands next to hers, the sound of like singing along to the notes as she goes of her family and her house. And again, like all of those stuff, it's all like the best parts of this book in terms of like the writing and the emotions. It's really good. And it strikes me that that's connected, like, I know the author is a musician, she's a violinist, but like you can feel that like knowledge and awareness and connection in the text there. But she has to go to work again shortly after that. And on her next time that she goes to work, I think that she actually doesn't remember it. I think it's the time after that. But another time that she goes to work, she wakes up partway through for some reason. There isn't really a reason that I can think of about why. She just sort of isn't being properly effective, and she's having these maybe dreamlike visions until she does seem to wake up properly a lot more and is conscious of what's going on. And what's going on is she is strapped to a bed and they are performing medical experiments on her. So it's not sex work at all. Though at one point she does talk to Saja about the sex work thing, and Saja basically implies like, oh, seeds or whatever inside you. Yeah, we're very organic and we take that seriously. So we use organic sex toys like fruits and vegetables. It was probably I think she said it was probably a papaya. And that's just like, okay, but I don't think it was at all. So she finds herself strapped to a bed, and there are people talking about how something hasn't been taking. Like, what it is, I'm trying to think about what the exact wording is, if I can. I don't want to read some of the exact stuff. Okay, the short of it is that they are trying to inseminate her with an octopus's tentacle. That's the short of it. Specifically, octopi have a tentacle that is like a sex tentacle, so it is really the sexual organ of the octopus that is being used. Why they're trying to do this? It seems like it's some sort of surrogacy thing, some sort of experiment of some kind. I'm not really clear what it is going on. The dialogue is like, so we get scientific dialogue, like this is only her second injection, so it probably won't take. Even if the new modifications, the sperm is not being welcomed. We have to use this octopus thing as a tool for the insemination, but octopus mothers die giving birth. And so that's why we think that when a brood fails to take with some of our female hosts, the female hosts are getting extreme depression, like extreme postpartum depression. And we think that it's because of this octopus thing that we're using. So it seems like they're trying to inseminate her with they keep calling it a brood. So many embryos at once. But then she wakes up like quite lucid in the facility and just kind of is walking around unmonitored for a bit and overhears a conversation between a rich woman and Saja about what's going on. And it raises some more questions because I'm not really sure. So this is the rich woman. I don't want to push, but it's been a year since our very generous donation, and Tommy and I aren't getting any younger. He's been talking about having a conventional surrogacy. And she asks, like, what are the success rates for it? And Saja goes, Kreslin, I assure you, everlasting is worth the wait. I can guarantee you'll have more information in a month or two. And the rich woman's like, Saja, all I want is a baby. I feel like I'm finally ready to be a mother. I wish my body would cooperate, but that's where you come in. And she asks about, like, how are the women selected for this? Are they volunteers? Saja goes, it's a rigorous process. We usually start with girls who specialize in different artistic endeavors. It helps us make good on our promise of intelligent and creative children. Of course, the chosen women are beautiful. Victor certainly makes sense of that. Sure of that, and they're compensated handsomely. I think I've been talking for too long and I'm mixing up my word sounds. I'm covering a lot more of this book than I usually would in one go. So the program is called Everlasting, which is a weird name for if it's a surrogacy program. A surrogacy program would be that the narrator would be carrying the child for this rich woman. That is that rich woman and her husband's DNA. That's what surrogacy is. But it sounds like they're talking about the genetics of the narrator with the whole, like, the women chosen are artistically talented and beautiful. So, I mean, that also, I guess, I think it still can be surrogacy if you're carrying the child on behalf of someone else, but using your own eggs for it. But still, I don't know quite what's going on. My guess would be maybe they're trying to use, like, they're saying brood, so I guess, like, creating many embryos at once, and then I guess they're raising them outside of the women. Either that or the women eventually go missing to carry many children at once, or maybe they're like a clone situation. I did think Helen might be a clone. And that everlasting is like you're gonna have everlasting life. Maybe they're clones of the rich people specifically, and maybe they have brain transfer technology. I'm doing a lot of maybes because I don't have hard evidence brain transferring is possible. But also everlasting could be we make you a new body that you raise and grow up, and then you transfer your consciousness into that body, so it's everlasting life. Maybe that's it. At the same time as we learned, also at the octopus facility, the main character does walk into a room and there's just like an unconscious girl dressed up in like a schoolgirl uniform. And so I guess there is also, it's not really sex work, that's just rape, but that's also going on, which kind of, again, confuses what is going on at this facility, because you would sort of think that they would be separate, or maybe they're doing both. Like, are the women being used for both just as like a money-making tool, and also they're doing pregnancy experiments on them? Or are they just keeping the people that are used for sex and the experimentation ones in the same facility, and you can just walk from one room to the other? And I'm not really sure, but that's something that we see. So something that's happening at the same time as her parents getting sick and this sex work thing that she went to, not really sex work, is that Helen gets sick. And Helen was obviously doing a bit unwell, but suddenly seems to be very unwell. She didn't want to tell the narrator about it when she went to visit in the hospital, but Lilith calls like, hey, I'm really worried about Helen, let's go visit her. And when they get there, they find that Helen is like sitting on the floor, curled up, with empty bottles of alcohol everywhere, takeout food is everywhere. She's just lying there looking unresponsive, but then she isn't dead. But she's something is extremely wrong with her. She's been throwing up everywhere. There's blood in her vomit, and her body is really wrong. Her pupils are enlarged. Her hair is falling out by the clumps, just from even like a gentle touch. She is bloated, and wads of thick flesh are oozing out of her pants, is how it's described. Like, it's not just body fat, it's like fat as a separate substance that could be stretched and oozed in a weird pile kind of way. Her hair is very oily and very like falling out in clumps, but her skin is covered in white hair. She's extremely ill, and ill in weird ways. Like, her skin is also discolored in a lot of places. Everything is bloated. Her nails have fallen off in places, and she's super incoherent. The main character takes Helen to have a bath to clean her up, and she at one point says, I love you, you know, and the main character is quite shocked by this, but also does think to herself, like, I love you too. So the thing that Helen keeps repeating, stop taking everything, and the main character doesn't know what she means by this. She repeats more than once, like, stop, you have to stop taking everything. I do understand that you could be confused about what this means, but it is immediately so clear to me that it's like, stop taking the supplements, you know, stop taking all this weird experimental stuff, but they don't put it together. And this is when the main character has to go to work, and when she wakes up at like 4 a.m, Lilith has been calling her and is like, Helen's gone. Lilith is like, I fell asleep and Helen disappeared. And soon she finds out that Helen is at the hospital, and they rush there, and Helen is actually at the morgue. And so there's something very weird here. This is catching up to right where I am. So Helen is dead. She's at the morgue. The scientist, forensic guy, scientist, doctor, mortician, is saying like, hey, I've been talking to Lilith. He looks to the narrator when she arrives, is like, I've been telling her that only family members are allowed. And the main character nods like, that's okay, we can wait here. Then the doctor looks at her with confusion and looks at Helen's driver's license and says, but surely you're family, you look just like her. And Lilith is just like, she's just in shock. And then the doctor asks, and as a family member, you're authorizing her as a guest? I have to ask officially. And so the narrator nods dumbly. So she is in shock, but she does not process or think about, I know she's in shock, but she is identical to Helen. And this is pointed out to her multiple times now, and in like this scene and afterwards, that she appears to be Helen's identical twin sister. The way that Lilith acts there, especially saying like, oh, she's just in shock, makes me think that Lilith is, of course, fully aware that she's become a twin of Helen, but I don't understand her motivations. I'll get to a little bit more on that. And this is, again, that thing of like, Helen wasn't reacting either to the whole, you look identical to Helen. A twin. Neither of them really remark on how wild that is until here, where this doctor's like, hey, you look just like her. And they go to look at Helen's body, and Helen's body has gotten even more weird. Her skin is, again, just oozing. Her face is extremely loose. It's so loose on her face that it sags over her ears. Her nose is completely shapeless. Her fingers have consolidated into a jumble of nail and skin. Her eyelashes are so long and thick they look like needles vertically stabbing into her eyelids. In fact, they look like they are, in fact, growing into her eye. She is a greenish hue with white fur on her body that has grown many more inches. Her tongue is bloated purple and pocked with white spots, and she's lost even more of her hair, and a lot of her skin looks to be actively decayed. So she's unrecognizable, and there's so much happening to her that is bizarre. And the doctor is asking, like, so was she on anything? Do you know how she died? And they found that she was surrounded by stuff when she died. They found her, and they found lots of weird stuff on the ground around her, and they found out that it was chunks of her lungs, but it did not look like chunks of her lungs. It was severely damaged and congealed and weird. They say that it's like markings were consistent with respiratory scarring that we see from like asbestos and like crystal silica inhalation. Her lungs were just inflamed by bits of bone and plaster that had been slowly expanding, like they would have killed her soon. There's all sorts of organic material in her that is clogging everything and interacting and counteracting in unpredictable ways, is what he says. So everybody is like, this is like, all the doctors are like, this is extremely goddamn bizarre, because it is. And he kind of raises the question, like, is it possible that Holistic is doing human experimentation? Which, I mean, yeah, it definitely is. So I like the body horror, but I also think that this book, for having a lot of body horror, I guess this is something that I'll see how I feel in the end. I feel like the body horror is oddly absent from the aspects of body horror that I think make body horror so good. The things that I like about it, obviously everyone takes different things away, but something that I think is important in body horror is the contrast of internal and external. This is a freaky, gross, weird, terrifying body. I agree. And I do think that there also can be very effective horror at seeing weird mutant bodies, but I think that the horror aspect can't just come from fear, because then you just really quickly get to like the ableism side that can happen in body horror, where her body's a crazy exaggeration, but you can see things where it's just like, that person's body doesn't look right, and it's so scary because they look weird and bad. And that can be something as simple as like a facial difference that can just so easily cross into just ableism, because people just look like that. People just have bodies that look like that. People have bodies that are different from other bodies, and that's completely okay. And that can inspire a lot of revulsion and disgust in people that is ableism. Where in body horror, I think you still can have elements of looking at a really weird body, like what Helen's body has become. But I think that the horror is best when it comes from the internal sense of looking at that and recognizing that this is something that has happened or changed or is so painful and awful and been forced on, but relating that to your own things, your own fear of your body is what body horror I think is really based on, is your fear of yourself, what will happen to you, what you can become, how you can be pushed into things or transformed out of your control, and that lack of control. And I feel like body horror is just as internal as it is external. I always point to I have no mouth and I must scream, which the title alone I always think of as like the best way to explain what effective body horror is doing, I think. And that is the idea that you have no mouth, but you must scream. You have the capacity to understand that you need to scream, you need to express your pain and your horror, but you have lost the ability to perform that action. That contrast and that lack of control, of function, of ability, of limb, that sort of thing, and the horror and terror and uncomfortableness that can come from that change, especially when it's put on you by other forces, by people who are controlling your body, controlling what you look like, what you can do, what is acceptable to do, taking that to force you to be something else. And that battle between the internal self and that horror. I really think that that's like where some of like the best parts of body horror can come from, and that's why it also is so good, actually. Like, it can be so ableist, but it also can be so good for exploring disability. And that's almost certainly a lot, and I mean gender as well, which is a lot of like where I come from, I think, for why I have such an appreciation and interest in body horror and transformation, is that it's about that relationship between like the self and the body, and that can be that's so true about so many things, including, you know, like gender identity and disability and your capacity to do things versus the realization you can't do things. So I like Helen's freakish corpse. That's super weird, but I definitely feel like the body horror in this book so far has been a lot more of that external. The internal one is happening to the main character. We're getting the disconnect between herself and her body, but we're not having any thought, realization, recognition of that yet. I'm thinking that she will wind up being on mind control or something, and she will have a moment of clarity and be horrified, but it's just been so long and so weird without it. Okay, the very last thing that I had where I actually am is the aftermath of her death, is that the narrator and Lilith go to Lilith's apartment, where they kind of are bonding over Helen's death, kind of. They're thinking about Helen, they're crying about Helen, they're like in her little apartment, and they're also thinking about the whole like human experimentation thing, because in Lilith's house she has a collection of newspaper articles and printouts all about Holistic and Victor and all of these things. And Lilith is like, oh, I wanted to be a journalist, which we know, but she couldn't get anything. Like, nobody in the media wanted to talk to her unless she could get people on record. She couldn't get people on record. She kept losing jobs and internships because people would be shutting her down for her interest in Holistic, because Holistic, like, well, Victor owns so many like websites and other things in the media, so he's preventing the information from coming out. She tries to get interviews of ex-employees, but they all ghost her. They're probably being paid off by Victor. The main character even reflects that, like, she could be one of those people who could talk about all the weird stuff that she has and like her memory of this octopus thing, but then she realizes that she's just as compromised because she needs the company to pay for her parents' care. So Lilith seems to be, like Helen, indeed critical and aware of Holistic and this company and all the weird shit going on, and doesn't like them. It seems like she did join back up to try and like get an inside scoop, which is why I think it's so weird, again, that she doesn't react to the main character turning into an identical twin of Helen. She doesn't talk about it. At that morgue, there's that thing where she's like, oh, narrator's just in shock. Give her a minute. Which sounds like she's saying, yeah, narrator is the twin sister, but she's in shock, so like give her a moment and she'll let us into the morgue. So that seems like there could be culpability, awareness of what's going on, but that then just maybe Lilith loves Helen because she does so much that she is accepting of whatever horrible thing is happening to the narrator because the narrator is turning into a replacement Helen. And this is where like they end up hooking up as well, but in like a very complicated grief way and just having a difficult time. And then, okay, that's where I left off. So what I think is going on, I don't know. That's why I really need this to come together. I know that not everything is going to come together. There's just a lot of stuff that I feel like is being brought up to be like weird and bizarre, and I like the weird and bizarre, but I also really crave more of that in-depth exploration, and the book isn't giving me that with a lot of stuff, so I'm really hoping that the main plot will go in and really give me some more of that like nitty-gritty details, but also just like horror and uncomfortableness and emotion and feelings from the narrator, acknowledging what's going on. I have a couple chapters, I mean, I think I have like 25% of the book left, maybe 20%. I think Helen might be a clone. I think that Helen could be one of many Helens. If everlasting is a thing that is like a brain transfer, I could see Helen being one of many clones of Helen, and they die frequently. Their bodies just break down like this, and Holistic usually catches this in time to swap out with a new one and transfer her consciousness, and she's maybe not even aware of this. Maybe Lilith is aware, but she loves Helen too much to just let her be dead. Maybe they are turning random girls into Helen, like the main character, to groom to be the next Helen, and the main character, not just like a random embryo clone, is going to become the next Helen. Again, brain transfer kind of thing. I don't know. And again, there's like one mention towards the beginning of the book that Victor owns a product that relates to brain stuff, but we haven't seen any definite proof of that kind of consciousness transferring. That is currently my best theory for what I think is going on. So yeah, I don't know what's going to happen next. I'm really excited now to be done talking, to rest my voice, but also read the rest of the book. And I'll tell you, and I'll also think about things too. Hey, it's me. I'm back. It's actually been a hot minute since I read the book, which normally isn't like a big issue, but in the case when I'm doing it like in this style, it's a little bit weird because I finished reading the book, I'm pretty sure the evening that I finished filming the first part of this video. I indeed went and I quickly, like, well not, quickly enough, read through the rest of the book, finished it, formulated thoughts, spent the next several days, formulating thoughts, though I didn't get around to filming. But then there's just been a lot of stuff going on, so I haven't had a chance to, I stopped thinking and formulating those thoughts. I stopped my ruminating on those thoughts. I was going and chewing on other thoughts, And so now I'm back, which is great, but it means that I've had a lot more distance from this than I've previously had. And, okay, so I do think that roughly where I left off turned out to be pretty much right before the finale of Natural Beauty. And it, certainly part of this will be the influence of me reading it in these two chunks, mostly, where it feels very separate. The climax of this book feels odd, and okay, I have to talk to you about this. I have to. I'm mandated to. I need to. And I am not 100% on where I feel about everything. I will say that when I first finished reading the book, I kind of just quickly marked on Goodreads. I use that to keep track. And I gave it 4 stars, but I wasn't really writing any bigger thoughts. And then the more I've been thinking about it, the more that I'm finding things with this book that I'm not going to call like bad necessarily. I'm not going to call them failures. I'm not going to call the book any of that. But I have just been more disappointed and sometimes a bit frustrated the more that I think about how some of the things here turned out. And I'm really curious to hear other thoughts on it, especially if you have read the book. Okay, where we left off. Let's see. So, the last couple events in the book all happened in pretty short succession. We just sort of jumped between them. I think I relayed them in a slightly out of order manner, but approximately that's because the order doesn't matter that much. The narrator was involved in this sex work thing that turned out to be octopus-related experimentation. Her parents had gotten very ill after they were getting better, and then she brought them supplements. And Helen had just died and mutated into like a weird thing and death. Okay, so the first thing that really happens after this is quite an interesting side conversation with a very minor character that I haven't brought up because he's just sort of in the narrator's backstory. He was a fellow student at the conservatory. He and the narrator had like some flings together, but there was never really an interest and commitment and sincerity to his side of the relationship, and the narrator was also kind of in this in-between place about any sort of feelings to him. You know, it wasn't really that great. She had a bad time at that conservatory anyways. She bumped into him years later. During the present timeline, we've already seen him where he's like with a girlfriend, but he's paying way more attention to the narrator because she's like this crazy beautiful model now and is like, you know, great. And he sets up a meeting at like a coffee shop. So this is a chapter where they just have a discussion and he starts to talk about some things in their past. It's interesting. He apologizes for like a lot of the bullying and abuse that she faced. He's like, I've been going to therapy lately. And then he's like, not only is the therapy helping me with recognizing that I was, you know, involved in a bunch of this shitty stuff towards you, other things are coming back as well. And he very nervously I think he pauses and scratches his hands. I think they did something to you. Maybe the other girls too, and to me. I'm not sure. Do you remember anything out of the ordinary? And there is something sometimes dreamlike and weird about her memories of her time at the conservatory, especially with all of those fancy parties that she was constantly being like taken to perform, left alone in like a back room and then taken out again. There's something there that's maybe been a little bit off, but here's where we get the idea that there definitely was more going on. The old school guy starts to say that he was suspicious that their piano teacher was giving them like this hand lotion, and that there might have been something in the hand lotion that was doing something to them, drugging them. And, you know, the friend only has this kind of like vague memory of thinking that he remembers an image of the narrator like lying on a piano, on the top of a piano. And the main character also isn't really able to recall anything, but they both sort of agree that there is this weird feeling of a blocked off memory going on. And the book doesn't get further into this, and I think that really is to its credit, because a lot of the other things we're going to find out, the book instead goes the opposite direction and is just very hit the hammer on the nail direct about it, where this is left a lot more implied, and I think it's quite clear actually, but subtle, that there is a very strong suggestion of sexual abuse going on, very specifically that the narrator was likely being drugged as a child and raped. And I think that is quite present in the text, but it never is explicitly said. It's just hinted at, and I think that is actually, again, really for the better. And I wish the book a lot of the times had gone for subtlety, where instead I think that it winds up being this mix of really on the nose or it's really unclear, but not unclear in a subtle way, just sort of unclear in a like hand wave, you know, just cuz sort of way, which can go with that like dreamlike abstractness, weirdness of a lot of the things going on in the book. But a lot of the times it just kind of feels more like it's being an excuse rather than an overall choice, you know? So they have this conversation. It's just a bit interesting, but it doesn't really actually lead to anything. Then main character is getting home and gets a phone call from the doctor, where her parents have been staying at the hospital after this random poisoning thing. There is something that I know I said last time, which is that I said that the supplements the narrator gave were unlabeled. And that is untrue, because in this phone call, the doctor confirms that they have labels. It is brought up explicitly as like a plot point thing. The fact that they were labeled was not mentioned the time that she picked them up from the shelf. So it's not like fully a plot hole, but just because it was mentioned like, oh, these are fancier ceramic jars that Helen made, and Helen made the original designs for like all of the ceramic jars a lot of products come in, but generally Holistic mass produces now and makes like simpler, easier to produce versions of her designs. But for the Gunks farm, which is where she got these supplements, she still makes more creative designs. So I assume that because it was this slightly under the table thing, they were completely unlabeled, and I was really sus on the narrator just bringing that to a doctor and being like, hey, can you do this? And the doctor apparently running tests, but clearly not running tests, going, yeah, it's fine. So they were labeled. Okay. Why is that important? Well, the doctor calls and he's like, so, well, I don't want to be insensitive, but I want to know about like any things that you might be eating that your parents might be having as part of your diet that are not common. And he's just kind of asking a bit of leading stuff of like, you know, if there's something that you were giving them that, you know, it's like a cultural thing, instead of coming out and saying what he says, which he then goes and says, okay, so we can now say with certainty that your parents had advanced Kuru. All the symptoms are there. It's definitely Kuru. But it's such a rare disease. It's not just a rare disease, like an extinct disease. It took us too long to identify it, the doctor is saying. And then narrator's like, how would they have gotten it? Because the narrator's never heard of this disease. Because you probably haven't heard of this disease. Because again, I should have done a quick refresh on reading the Wikipedia page that I did when I saw Kuru, and I was like, I don't know what that is. This is like in a eliminated form of Khrushchev-Jacobs disease. It's a prion disease. It is caused, generally speaking, with cannibalism. You can also get it from just regular gene defect things, but it has a strong association with cannibalism because eating, like, especially brains, but also it can still appear in other tissue, is more likely to give you these prion thing, which has to do with folded proteins. I don't know about this kind of medicine very well. The main thing is that it's a disease you get from cannibalism, and Kuru is very specifically, I do think it's a variant from the other type, which is why it's called a different name, but Kuru is like a type of it that was found in Papua New Guinea, and is, to my knowledge, not around anymore. So it's kind of weird the doctor is like, well, it's such a rare disease. I mean, I guess it's a rare disease, even if it's dead. Still. Kuru, associated with cannibalism. The doctor's like, that's why I was asking about dietary stuff. And then the narrator's like, what? Yeah, of course we're not cannibals. It's not part of our culture. And then he's like, oh yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't ask because of your ethnicity. I mean, clearly you did. But because they tested the supplements that they were taking, which should have been done the moment she gave them supplements to take. I get that they were labeled, but I actually, in going back to check the text, found that when she's delivering the things to the nurse at the care home originally, she says, hey, can you bring this to like the nurse I usually speak to and like get it tested? Like she mentions, hey, can you test this when she's giving the supplements over? that clearly never happened, because the doctor explains that they tested it and the supplements are humans. the holistic supplements are people, which, okay. So basically the labels on these supplements from the Gunks farm say normal stuff. It's like the same as something you could buy at the store. But when they ran tests between the stuff sold at the store and the Gunks farm one, the Gunks farm is all human remains. Like, they say that it's more like it's like mixed in. Everything your parents were taking had traces of human bone and flesh, is what is said. So there's like a lot of human in here. Okay. Like, this is one of those things that I love some cannibalism. I love weird uses of like human remains. This is something that makes the narrator kind of flashback and remember that something that Victor's into with his weird ideas of the world is this idea of like eco-friendly, eco-conscious recycling everything. And she realizes that after the vultures tear apart bodies in that sky burial thing, they put the bodies in these wells and then they harvest from the wells, I guess, the dried remains, and then they're using that in these supplements. And that's because, you know, it's a waste to not recycle. Which, okay, again, I'm on board with this. I'm on board that they're using human remains of their test subjects, even though, again, their test subjects seems like real biohazard risks, obviously, but okay. Like, it's not really replicable, potentially, but okay. But then I don't understand why they were in supplements, specifically. That's kind of where it loses me. I want to just have fun with the idea and accept that this is something that's not going to be expanded on anymore, by the way. This is not something that we're going to get more reasonings and thoughts about. It's just like, yeah, you know how they were killing people? They're also using those people in dietary supplements and potentially other products. But that is immediately where I go, wait, why? Like, recycling, yes, but the nutritional benefit of the human is like when you're having like fresh meat off of a person or like organs and stuff. It's not when vultures have torn it to bits and there's like nothing left and then you grind up the bones. That's very little usable material. There's going to be a lot of like rot in there. Like, if it was purely about like we're going to recycle these things for a nutritional benefit reason, that's a really bad thing to do. What I thought was going to happen, and how we get cannibalism in here, because we definitely were, and also I saw a trigger warning list, is that I thought that we would find that human bone or stuff was used as like a binding agent for like lotions and shampoos. That they were like crushing it up and making it into more gel and beauty products, because as much as I think that's probably also scientifically a bit off, it doesn't immediately ring all the alarm bells of there's not much to recycle there. And also, very famously, if you eating other humans is something that can give you, you know, like prion disease and kill you. And like kill you in like a year when you start to really get it. Her parents go really quickly, which, okay, whatever. But that's sort of where I'm like, okay, I like that we have cannibalism, but are we just using this to have cannibalism? Is it just to be, here's a shocking thing, it was people, and that's the only step of thought that's been put into this? Then it just feels, again, like an inclusion and a plot point that never made the most sense overall, with her just randomly being like, my parents are doing better, so I'm gonna just start giving them these random supplements. And then having it pay off like this. They get Kuru, and they die. The doctor also says, oh, you haven't heard, they actually already died. And this is kind of our big turning point for the narrator. I thought that this would happen. My flatmate thought this would happen as well when we were just discussing it. It makes a lot of sense that this is going to be the turning point for the narrator. Her parents have died. Her parents have always been her connection to herself, her true self, her past, her heritage, which again, she feels so isolated from, but also a part of it because of them. And now that they are dead, and it's something that is I mean, her fault, but in like a really just like mindless, accidental way that just kind of like she was a bit dumb and didn't think about it at all. She didn't even like think, wow, I love this stuff so much. It's so good for you. So if I give it to them, I'm sure they'll get really good. It was just sort of like a really random thing, but apparently she was doing it for weeks. They've died. And this is where she finally looks at herself in the mirror and realizes that she does in fact look identical to Helen, which absolutely kills me when I read it, because what do you mean? They have been telling her this a number of times. She has a flashback to Lilith saying, you might look like her, but you aren't her. As if it's like having her, oh, in fact, it says, next sentence, a comment that had stung and confused me in the moment because I hadn't wanted to acknowledge how much I'd been changing in the last year. I had slowly transformed into someone else. Now the resemblance is uncanny. Helen has come back to life through me. Okay, people have been telling you that you are Helen's identical twin for multiple days now. You haven't reacted to any part of the process until this point, and now we're finally getting it. And there's good writing here in her reaction. This is the writing that I wanted, which I felt so... We'll get there. Where she's looking and she's thinking very heavily in terms of her parents. She's thinking, gone are my mother's eyes, as dark as the watermelon seeds we love to eat together. My father's slightly squashed nose, that slow smile of his I sometimes catch on my face. Gone are my mother's neat, compact hands, too short and stubby to be ideal for piano, but limber and strong, with skill cultivated over years of labor. Gone are the gentle slopes of my mother's sturdy body, Ba's stocky calves. In their place are lean, muscular runner's legs. My father's flat feet have curved into Helen's high arches. Without them, how can I be sure of following in his footsteps? Like, this is great. This is great stuff. The only thing that had given me any measure of comfort when they had their accident was the idea of inheritance, their DNA unfolding quietly in my body. A gesture here, a habitual tick there. A part of me was always waiting for them, for my temples to silver like my mother's, stars shooting through midnight hair, for my body to gather in the swells of soft skin I clutched as a child. I hoped I would laugh one day and it would be an echo of my father's joy. It's, like, again, really good writing that I like, but I'm so frustrated still because it's come at the end of this absolute absence of any thought in any direction by her, reacting to what's going on. Like, the fact that she looks in the mirror and goes, oh my god, I really do look just like Helen. And it's taken her this long and this many times where it's been something that has been directly said to her or in her presence to just crickets. That I'm like, oh, this is great writing. This is what I wanted and knew what would happen. Why was this missing? And then, okay, we get the answer of why she never said anything, even though we're in her head. Now they are truly gone and it is my fault. The thought has been needling its way through my brain. The supplements, the unanswered questions because they were unasked. A kind of lethargy had settled on me at the conservatory, turned into impotence by every additional place that relegated me an outsider. I had decided that everyone else knew best. Now I have lost not only my culture, but my family as well. And she also thinks that... Did I maybe not screenshot the word? Okay. I don't know if I mentioned in it, I'm like, I feel like it's in the text, but I'm using some screenshots to help remind me of, first so I can read, but also like sequential bits of important plot stuff. And I'm not seeing the one here, so I guess I didn't copy it. But she frames this as denial. That's something that is kind of said here, that she just sort of got lethargic and then impotent, and then she just let everybody else choose things for her and must have known better, and now that's cost her everything. And she frames the fact that she didn't realize this was happening to her as simply denial. And that is, again, so frustrating because there isn't denial Yeah, right. No, I did read it. A comment that had stung and confused me in that moment because I hadn't wanted to acknowledge how much I had been changing. She hadn't wanted to acknowledge or notice that she was transforming into someone else. On some level, she knew it, but she was in denial about it. And I am so frustrated by this because I don't feel like she is in denial. This is a thing where it kind of is its own excuse. You can say it's not in the book that she's denying this explicitly because the fact that it's absent is the act of denial. It's similar to how I feel about a lot of her weird, like, missing of reactions or strange feeling kind of stuff, where it's like, well, so much traumatic stuff has been happening, she's in a state of dissociation the whole time. Like, the entire book, she's just so dissociated from this, and she's so in denial that that's why it's not present in the text. And that would be true, but at the same time, I don't think it's well executed here at all. If that really is meant to be the intention, that I grow very, like, confused, actually, like, more than anything, confused about how this is all passing by without her reacting or thinking about it. I don't think that's giving me the impression of she's in denial. If this book had given more of a clear start point and a contrast to the narrator before the stuff had happened, then that would also really be helpful, because she doesn't start to transform until a little bit in, like, it's pretty early on, but there's some stuff that happens first, and there's no difference in who she is as a person and her thoughts and anything from there through the whole time that she's transforming. It's not there. She's not in denial about it beforehand, I guess when it starts happening, but there's nothing. Her thought process is not there. It's not that before anything super traumatic has happened, she has been through trauma fairly recently. Her parents were injured in that car accident 3 years ago, and it's, you know, she's had to leave what was her dream of music. Like, okay, yes, very traumatic incidences, but she's not different in any way that as a reader, I can go, okay, she was like this, but now that all of this crazy stuff is happening, I can see that she is acting different, thinking different. If I had seen her at any point, or even in the backstory stuff, be somebody who uses denial as a coping mechanism, that would also have been good. If there had been a very obvious, maybe just right on the nose, clear thing of, okay, the narrator is clearly in denial about something that the reader can see. Then, when we go through all of this book and then we have this where it's like, I'd been in denial that I had been transforming into a white woman, then I could be like, well, I mean, yeah, she does, denial is definitely a problem that she has. But instead, it just feels like this weird, tacked on thing that's missing, especially because denial doesn't have to be, and doesn't have to be, I don't think it really should be, but denial doesn't have to be the total absence of the thought or thing that is being denied. I would say that usually denial actually manifests in some very clear opposite stuff and insisting to the self. That denial is not just, I have no thoughts or recognition. That, to me, is more dissociative, where it's just being totally locked away. But denial is the lying to yourself and trying to convince yourself, and you don't know that you're lying to yourself, maybe on some deep level, but you are trying to insist on a different version of reality. And the narrator does not do this. Like, the occasional 1 or 2 times in the book where she's kind of like, I actually find that now that I'm super pretty and I get a lot of attention, and getting attention is helpful, so I like that. And honestly, I like just being a person who fits in. If I could, be anybody in New York, I'd be a person who, like, fits in with Helen and Lilith. Which, again, a lot of that is just sort of this telling rather than showing. And it's just kind of a couple things that are told to us about what the narrator is like as a person, rather than being something that is a pattern throughout the book of her actions, feelings, and thoughts. I should probably keep going with the book where I get to some of my final points, but about what I really think is missing from this, so I'll hold off on that. But yeah, she was in denial this whole time, but now she looks in the mirror and she's like, I really do look just like Helen. For a moment, she's like, wow, I'm so pretty and attractive like Helen. And then she just snaps out of it and gets kind of angry. She remembers her parents. And then her necklace, which is called a Mandela, by the way, but her little necklace that tells her to take pills starts buzzing, and she gets so frustrated that she wants to like rip it off, but it won't come off. And it starts to burn. It starts to get super, super hot the longer she doesn't take the meds. So it starts to like burn her flesh as she's struggling to get rid of it. Eventually she's able to cut it off and it like melts into like a wax putty. Then while she's finished with this, she's like in the bathroom and she notices this old tub of Vaseline that has a bunch of herbs mixed in, that her mother would always, this has been brought up before a number of times, that her mother would always like massage her hands and such with this Vaseline that was like not this fancy lotion, but you know, it was what her mother gave, and there would be a number of like herbs mixed in, and the smell's very familiar and comforting. So she thinks to herself, Helen look from the mirror, you know, almost speaks to her in her mind about what she needs to do next. And what she decides she needs to do next is she is going to go and cover herself fully in Vaseline and then head over to the sex work, but actually octopus experiment lab. And while fully conscious, experience what is going on there, and then she'll be able to return to Lilith and give the full news story and like be a witness and a source, because Lilith hasn't been able to secure that. And metaphorically, this is one of those moments where theme really has to clash with reality, and so I understand 100%, and you know what, I accept it, that Vaseline is able to protect her from when they are knocking her out for the procedure, because that is a representative of her don't give me that look. That is a representative of her mother's love and care and the special like connection that she still has to them. This act of protecting her hands from the wear of like piano use to protecting her now symbolically, metaphorically, I understand that totally. But it doesn't make any sense. Okay, so nobody notices that she has Vaseline all over her body, and she's head to toe covered in Vaseline. Normally, as part of this, she's meant to swim in this like charcoal lake beforehand, but she fakes going in the lake by she dips her hair in the water while the woman's not there, and then is like, yeah, I went in the water. So then she's taken to a room to be prepped, where there's those people who are rubbing her all over with like a special lotion. And they're kind of like, hey, did you even wash beforehand? Because the lotion's not sticking. And she's like, yeah, I totally did. And so they try for a bit, and eventually they just seem to be satisfied. Like, they're like, I guess we've done it good enough. And so they usher her forward. And it's not really clear what that lotion they're putting on is. What is clear is that the next thing she does is she goes into a chamber where it's like a decontamination chamber, and this is where she always blacks out. So this is where they're actually doing the thing that knocks her out, and that is like a gas. So she stops breathing it because she realizes it's making her feel faint, and then after a few moments it like dies down, and somebody comes to collect her, and they expect that she's totally out of it. And Vaseline, I mean, I guess if she just always, even while before, if she just held her breath, she'd be totally fine, which is odd because every time she's gone in there, she's walked in and the stuff has immediately knocked her out, but the Vaseline on the outside of her body has meant that she has not been immediately knocked out, but instead just stood there for a little bit and then was like, all right, I shouldn't breathe this in, and was fine. Or the lotion that they put on in the outside and the charcoal are doing other stuff that is missing, which I guess is what we're meant to believe. The only thing about this is that I'm like, I know that they're using twilight sleep, because that's explicitly in the book. And I really like when I notice something in the book that the author has done research in and put in for like a reason. And I think that's interesting. I think the use of twilight sleep here is interesting, but twilight sleep is like a morphine and something else injection. So obviously I know they're not using it exactly the same, but it really is the kind of thing that Vaseline's not protecting you against. But whatever. She goes in, and she is thus fully conscious for when they try to impregnate her with an octopus again. But midway, while they're doing so, Saja comes up, and Saja's like, hey, we have to get rid of this one. She's compromised. And the scientists are like, hey, it's going really well this time. Like, we shouldn't get rid of her. She's like a really good subject, actually. But Saja's like, if you saw the footage from her Mandela, you would agree. Like, we're taking her out to the farm to go kill her. And this is just mostly confirming that was already kind of said that, like, Saja and stuff, they all have footage from the little necklaces. So they've been spying the whole time. I guess not actively the whole time, but yeah. Because then they would have seen some stuff, but okay. So she is assumed to be in this, like, twilight sleep state of being, like, conscious but not present, amnesia effects, and is guided out. There's, like, a car that pulls up for her to get in, and she decides then to run away, which was just, like, the worst timing and spot to do it. Like, they're waiting for a car that's coming up the road, and she then is just like, fuck this, and tries to run away and is just immediately caught. And she's thrown into the back of the car, and then the back of the car is gassed, and that gets her. So I guess they need to get some of that car gas in their octopus lab gas machine, because she blacks out. And we're really at, like, the climax of the book now, which is kind of a series of her blacking out and then waking up in new situations. So she wakes up, and she is in a pile of dead and dying bodies. But she's, like, fine. Like, she feels, I think, a bit off, maybe? She honestly doesn't even feel that bad. I'm, like, reading this text here, and I'm like, there's no mention of her physically feeling bad. She's just at the bottom of, like, a pile of dead and dying women on, like, the rock face where they get the sky burial stuff going. And she crawls her way out of there and is like, okay. I know that they're anticipating the vultures will go and kill everybody, but, like, how hard would it have been to kill her? She was unconscious at the back of the car. Somebody had to drag her body all the way up here to add it to a dumping pile. And nobody's monitoring the dumping pile right now. I really don't understand that. And it would be very minimal, considering all the crimes going on, to just have slit her throat or given her, like, a quick injection of something and just killed her before you went and, you know, disposed of the body. But she's fine. So she wakes up in a pile of dead bodies. Among the dead bodies, she sees Lilith. Lilith is dead. This is set up in that, like, at the end of their last conversation, Lilith was like, hey, did anyone follow you, by the way? And then Lilith also says, Saja and Victor, like, invited me up to the farm because I'm going to, like, prepare the eulogy for Helen's funeral. So, you know, she was lured there and then killed. So we find her dead body. Okay. Okay. So we find her dead body. Oh, wait, I didn't take screenshots of something that happened before this. This is, like, the second time that she wakes up near dead. I'm sorry. I totally forgot the order of this, but no. Okay, wait. Roll back. She's not in a pile of dead bodies, okay? Instead, she wakes up from this situation in a bed. There still was every reason they could have killed her, because she's going to end the scene by also being knocked out. But she wakes up in a bed at the Gunks farm estate house thing. And Victor is there. And she is tied to the bed, but Victor is chatting like, so, hey, and he's quite, like, amicably like, I want to make a deal with you. Because he's like, well, you know, this hasn't worked out that best, but you are a good host for this experiment, and it would be kind of a shame to just abandon that. So I could make a deal with you where you get to live, but, you know, you also have to go and participate in this experiment still. And she asks, like, well, I don't really want to do that. I don't know. And this is where Victor explains what the octopus stuff is for. So they've been working for many years to try and create this. It's a treatment that will revolutionize every woman's life. It is also the crown jewel of my career and a love letter of sorts to my mother. More concretely, it's a hybridization that would result in a shorter pregnancy and absolutely no changes in a woman's body, pre or postnatal. And narrator's like, hybrids, so a cross between like what? And Victor continues, we tried many things over the years. With your batch, we finally hit upon the right mix, so to speak. We managed to get it so that by year 2, the child will be fully human with no discernible differences from a normal toddler. We grow and monitor them in a specialized environment with a volunteer such as yourself and hand them over to their parents. And Victor also is like, it pained me to see you struggling with the financial burden of caring for your parents, so I created opportunities for you. And as he's kind of still pitching this, Saja walks in and is like, oh, the results are in from last testing and it's not what we hoped. And Victor immediately just switches and is like, oh, and he puts away the contract and he takes out like a chloroform cloth and knocks her right out. So, okay. Octopus pregnancy is... I really like this plotline conceptually because I was definitely excited that the book was going to go into some weird, dark places with experimentation. I like an unethical experimentation. I think that can be a really interesting, weird, creepy, whatever kind of thing to do. I don't actually find it that creepy. It's fiction. But yeah, okay. I like this in concept. But this kind of winds up being what the rest of the book talks about the most and frames as like the center of this. Victor frames it as the center of this, the crown jewel of his thing. It's a love letter to his mother of sorts. Now, we do know Victor's backstory because it's said like 1 or 2 times, which is that he was one of many children. His mother was constantly getting pregnant and eventually abandoned them. And he lived in like this very destitute and abusive situation. So the thing to his mother is that clearly his mother was very pained by being pregnant all the time and having to have all these kids. So this would have helped her pregnancy. But also there's a very clear thing that it's about the beauty of the situation, specifically that pregnancy changes a body permanently. In various ways, but it very often includes physical effects, like you tend to get stretch marks, for life because your body had to do some ridiculous stretching, and various other things, and also just the process of giving birth is very traumatic to the body as a whole, and it can vary wildly between people, but there are some really huge extremes in there of the damage that it can cause, because pregnancy is a very huge, ridiculous thing that the body is capable of doing that just fucks with everything. So, okay, reducing the, stuff from a thing that is good to do, reducing the pain and difficulty and the effects on the body of pregnancy is actually, a good thing. But Victor is also throwing in there would be no appearance changes pre or postnatal, so it's very clear that a big part of this is not to do with health, but more the beauty of it. The idea that, when somebody has a child, they become uglier, and you have lots of children, and it makes you thus so much uglier. It's about that, which, again, I think that this is a great space to explore. However, it's just not in the book at all. The subject matter of pregnancy, motherhood, the bodies of mothers and the way that mothers and pregnancy and such is perceived within the beauty industry isn't in this book. And yet it's coming here at the end with this octopus thing is specifically about this. Victor's motivations are about his mother and about the appearance of pregnant women and such. And that isn't something that was ever used as a theme or anything like that. And it's not like it had to be, but because this is what ends the book, because we're going to get to her like climax very, very soon where she's in that pile of dead bodies and other stuff is going to happen, and the book is over pretty much right after that, though then there's like a meandering epilogue thing. So the fact that the book is ending on this note, that parts of the epilogue actually, again, talk more about Victor and his attention to pregnancy and motherhood and such, I just felt like, okay, but this is something that would be much better if it had been a theme that came up, like, at all. If we talked about and explored this subject, because I think, again, fascinating subject, lots of things you can do at all before this point. The fact that the narrator's body is being used for this experimentation around pregnancy is covering so many of the, like, most violating aspects of bodily autonomy, and additionally, like, not only the weird stuff they're doing to her, but, you know, the forcible impregnation of octopus hybrids, which they talk about like they've had successful cases. I don't know what that's about, because we never hear anything else about that, but the way that he's talking, like, they'll be entirely human by 2 years old, but then they haven't been succeeding reliably. I don't know what that's about. I just wanted more. I just felt really, like, torn on this, where I was like, okay, thank you, I wanted to know this stuff, I'm interested in this. Where's more of it? So yeah, after this, she's knocked out and then wakes up in the body pit, like I say, and she's fine. And when she climbs out of the body pit, she pretty quickly runs away and sees that, conveniently just missing her, Victor, Saja, and Henry are coming up the road for the body burning. Victor puts down a meditation pillow and he, like, sits down near the pile, while Saja and Henry are just standing there. It's not really clear what they're doing here. Like, Victor, it's clear what he's doing. He's a weird guy, okay? He's doing a meditation ritual out right next to what's going to be a melting, burning body that's also attacked by vultures of girls. Okay. I don't really know what Saja and Henry are doing because they're just standing there and they don't seem to like it. Narrator, though, runs up and there's these huge mirrors on the mountains, right? And these mirrors all rotate to focus light on the spot that the bodies are, which both attracts the vultures and also helps with destroying the body. These are very... Okay, so... this concept, I looked a little bit more into, like, sky burial stuff, which is really interesting. There are these, like, beautiful wells that are traditionally used for it, that some of them are still exist and are still used. In this, the wells are referenced, but the wells that she saw only had, like, they were small wells that had some remains in them, where the wells for sky burial are actually these huge structures where you lay the bodies out. And in specific ways, it's like a stepped well situation. All the ones I saw, at least. I only did some quick research on this. But, you know, I was curious, because again, I'm like, I like that the author is looking in and adding some stuff. And, okay. The idea of using mirrors is a very recent one. It's sort of something that's been proposed and I think utilized. Because there was an issue where, like, all of the vultures died. They all got sick and died a number of years ago, and the population is slowly recovering, but it's not at the rate that they can do these sky burials efficiently anymore. And there was bodies that were being left for sky burials that were not being eaten particularly quickly or really at all by the vultures, which is completely against the point of the sky burial. It's meant to be that you are, you know, consumed by nature and, you know, to the elements and that kind of thing. So if the body just is sitting there rotting, then that's upsetting. Obviously that's upsetting for the family member. You'd say, like, that always would be, but obviously it's okay that the body's out and there, but it's meant to continue in this cycle. And without the vultures, that's been difficult. So one of the proposed things was using mirrors to concentrate, like, light, well, like lensed mirrors, not just like a flat normal mirror, but concentrating light to destroy the bodies or contribute to destroying the bodies. The way that this book uses mirrors are these many absolutely gigantic hilltop mirrors that all rotate in one spot and form like an instant fire beam, which again, the vultures will like the heat of a mirror. I agree that this would be a good sign for them to all gather to eat, and also they like heat. But this beam is depicted as instantly setting fire to things, which is then a case of like, well, the vultures can't go in that. So I find it very strange and confusing that this is here. And the main reason this is here is because this is the plot point that happens next, where the main character goes to one of these mirrors and pushes it, and she rotates it so it's facing Victor, Henry, and Saja, and they instantly catch fire. And Saja, like, noticing this, presses a remote controller to fix the mirror's position, but the main character just presses hard against it and beats the giant mechanized device, and it remains on them, and again, they just all burn up, or really they're just lit on fire and are like melting and agonized and all that kind of thing. And it's like, wait, one mirror rotated in one spot is a fire beam, but we use a bunch of them on a pile of bodies, and then do the vultures eat it afterwards? If this is something that's going to become a plot point in this way, where this is the climactic action scene, which I don't know why we needed a climactic action scene, then I do need these explanations, and I do need it to make a little bit more sense and feel more consistent with itself, where I'm just sitting there like, I don't care how hard you push, it's a mirror way bigger than you on like a hydraulic rotator or whatever the heck. Like, there's no way that she could overpower it probably the first time, let alone once the machinery is trying to resist her. And she does, and they light on fire. She also like melts her hands entirely doing this, because it's so hot that she like presses her skin and her body on it, and they're just like melting and burning off. Then she tries to run away. She runs to the farmhouse, and she goes to try and call the police and be like, hey, there's a fire at the farm, you guys gotta get there. As she is doing this, Victor shows up, and he's on fire, and we're gonna read this, okay? Victor, gasping through his new fire-laced lungs as he staggers towards me. Around his neck, a ruff of flames. I don't have time to think. I plunge my ruined hands through the fire in order to circle his neck with the coiled telephone cable. It disintegrates instantly, the copper wires underneath slashing through my flesh. I scream and try to run, but he wraps his hands around my throat. Maybe fire is discerning after all, I think as he lifts me off my feet. It has consumed all the organic material on his face, everything that was inorganic to himself. For the first time, I see what he looks like without the grafts that still drip from him like melting wax. I can almost tell where he might be from, the face, after all, a history and a path to be trod and traced. How ordinary he is, what sunken cheeks, feeble jaw, and average features. For a brief moment, before my eyes close, I think he looks more handsome than he ever has. Okay, so, I like these descriptive moments. I think that's a very, like, good thought that's well written, but I don't think it makes any sense in the book. It feels like it is telling me something that is poetic and beautiful and interesting that does not feel relevant to actually what we see of Victor, what kind of person and character he is. He's been in a bit of the book in various ways, but he's not really like a constructed character where we really are seeing the, layers to him and the complexity of his feelings and actions. He's not given that much depth. So I am like, okay, he's burned off all of the organic material on his face, but that means that he is actually, I think that, I don't know, that seems almost like an error. It has consumed all the organic material on his face, so it's burned all of his natural skin off, revealing his unnatural, the grafts that are melting from him. So what's left? Is it bone? Because if it's bone, then I'm surprised that she can say that she can see what his ancestry might have been and that he has average features. Like, I guess she's just able to kind of project from the skeleton. But it kind of sounds to me that he's just lost all of his surgical modifications and his natural self. But okay. This is kind of like the first of like 3 times that the book is now going to kind of just say, when all of the beauty stuff is gone, the real beauty is in ugliness. And it gets really direct and explicit about that. And like other themes, I wanted more, because this book does some really good shit thematically. I've said that before and I'll say it again. There's a lot of these little things that you see are these like great reiterations and slight variations on the main theming. Very specifically, the main theming being around whitewashing, erasure of identity in favor of conformity, specifically around the beautiful European like white ideal, and how the pursuit of that and the emphasis on that has caused a like erasure and the denial of so many other things, and that is thus not real beauty. And there's some stuff with her about music as well, and the idea to play something, you need to play it exactly as the original players did it, and that is the perfection of itself, rather than how she wants to just like feel the music and have her own ideas and feelings about it. And again, conformity versus ugliness, which is truth. And that's definitely there. The best parts of it especially do come around to when you get to the very literal whitewashing that the main character goes through, to the thing with the use of other like cultural ideas by Holistic to just kind of claim them as something else and say that they're completely different. Like they're saying, oh, it's a sky burial and we're just honoring the natives in this area. And they didn't actually use sky burials. The natives were driven out of this area and massacred. And the farm is just called the Gunks rather than like the mountain range and the actual like people who live there, the land that it's on. All of these things. Okay. But I don't feel like there actually has been enough emphasis on ugliness in the direct beauty way. And that sort of is the note that we end on, is very much the physical features and changes in appearance of people. And in a very dramatic way, that's what it really becomes about. The main character transformed, but she never really thought about it. And that is like the biggest hole that I'm really struggling with this book, is that she thinks nothing of it when it seems so obvious to me, and I've seen it in other books, and that she should have cared. That she should have cared more in one direction or another, in multiple ways, complicated ways, about what she looked like, because she really has nothing to say about it, except for at the end when she has a lot to say about it. That she isn't somebody who was ever obsessed with beauty. And then the end here, you know, Victor is someone who's obsessed with beauty, and here the most honest he is when he is having his face being melted off and seeing maybe his bone structure, his original skin, and how the imperfections and gore and all that is the most handsome he's ever looked. But the main character was not ever somebody she went through a phase when she was young about fitting in, but otherwise, she kind of seems fine with herself. Still feeling a bit out of place in a lot of ways, but it's just not to an extreme. She fits in socially. She's definitely a bit out of place, but it's not to any sort of extreme. She isn't somebody who, when she starts to transform, that is marked by a change in her behavior, where she does start to really parrot the ideas of Holistic and tell us all about all of the products she's using and how much she likes them and what she thinks they're definitely doing to her and why that's a good thing. That's not in here. She doesn't think at any point about how ugly like she really was, especially when she's turning into this other ideal. She's never reflecting on what she used to be and all the things that she hated about that. That is, again, like an aspect of denial, where she could talk about all of the negative things she associates with her past in denial of the fact that she's becoming this unrecognizable, you know, weird abomination clone thing. And that's not here. Okay, right. Victor is choking her out. She tries to get him, and it's failing. She blacks out. She wakes up again in a hospital, and she's fine, and this is the end of the book. Victor, no one knows. He just choked her out, and then he left? Okay, he's gone. Okay, I'll read you a little bit about that later, but he's gone, and it doesn't really make sense, but she wakes up in a hospital, and here's our very long falling action, which is mostly a very long conversation where Saja talks to her and explains some stuff, and then time kind of passes, and she just, again, tells us a bunch of stuff directly. So, there's a lot of TV recapping as well. So, there's a TV report on while she's recovering in the hospital that is explaining that Holistic was shut down. Everything came to light, all of their experiments. It was like solely the narrator's cause. Like she did it because there was a fire and she called the police, and I guess they showed up and they saw that there was a lot of burning bodies, and I don't know, I guess there was some investigation done maybe. But it's all fixed, okay? We're better now. We've solved it, okay? She moved a mirror and she ended the company. Well, it gets bought up pretty quickly by a different company and actually is doing better than ever because of all the attention, but that's just like a kind of thrown in joke. So we then get like some old footage from Victor where he talks like, you know, I just want to be beautiful and live forever. And then, like, we get a reporter being like, well, actually, this company turned out to have been testing on animals as well as young women. And basically everybody is coming forward now and explaining all of the illegal stuff that was happening. And there was a lot of video footage of him watching the women through their necklaces. Okay, this is just explained to us. Meanwhile, the narrator's body is something very different. It's never fully described. It's very hard to get a picture of. That's definitely on purpose, but it is like, sometimes you get a detail like, what? Like really, really weird stuff. It's like Helen's body, but way weirder. Beyond being, I guess, injured in the fire, that's not really brought up. It just kind of seems that because she's gone off the supplements, her body has reacted violently and weirdly, and she's just mutated into something. So she has, a lot of her fingers are like, what's the term? They're like fused together, or at least partially fused together. Same with her feet. She has a lot of like extra fat that is just sort of not like typical fat distribution. It's a lot more like flowy and wobbly. She develops like pock marks in her skin. Like I think of a golf ball, but I think deeper, like folds that she can place objects in, she says, because it's hard for like her hands to have that kind of mobility. Though she is able to return to a semblance of normal life. Like she can move without great difficulty, cook, eat, and take care of herself. I don't walk as much as I undulate, and I use the many crevices and pocks of my body to hold what my hands would have once held. I am just as compelling as before, but in a way that makes people keep their distance. Everywhere I go, people look away, their faces streaked with alarm and sympathy. And people also do know all about her. She becomes a bit of like a hero for her actions, obviously, and especially a bit of like a sensation because a lot of before and after pictures are shared. I think before and after her transformation to a white woman, but there's also now a third phase, which is like the monster thing. So it might be before and after on that one. But anyway, pictures of her, she's well known, but she just looks very odd. I also think that, of course, actually, this has just come to me, but there is something to be noted about the fact that she has mutated into what sort of strange body shape, and she's just super fine. And I think that there's the side of that is she's totally fine because this is a metaphorical, symbolic, like it's not actually metaphor, but it's like symbolic of the fact that she is now like healing and growing and like accepting herself, which we'll get to. And so she's able to move on because it would be mean to punish her in some way, punish her, I'm saying with like air quotes, in some way, by making her suffer or be permanently disabled. But also, as I'm reading that, I'm like, it's just suddenly coming back to me, like, why isn't she like at least a little disabled? Like, isn't that actually like really kind of telling? Like, you can say that, well, it's, you know, really more about her becoming something that is seen as repulsive, but accepting herself for that. And I'm like, honestly, people find disabled people repulsive already, and they're not like green monsters. She's like green now, by the way. It's actually kind of crazy the more I think about it. She can like walk perfectly fine, without great difficulty. She can live completely independently. Like she doesn't need like a mobility device of some kind. Like she doesn't need any sort of assistance. She's just totally fine. I actually really don't like that now that I sit here with that, because that kind of is this thing of, why would it be bad if she faced some difficulties with her recovery from being crazy scalded and then mutating wildly? Is that actually a negative thing if that has, you know, ramifications for her body and her well-being? Is it not, you know, just as good, maybe better, if she is able to find self-love and fulfillment and, you know, meaning in her life? And that doesn't have to also come with, she can basically live life exactly the same, she just looks bad to people now? Like, okay, so she's a monster, and we get this this sentence. I'm also surprised to discover I don't mind my new appearance. I enjoy the immense freedom that comes with being safe from desire, and it is a kind of power to embrace ugliness and its possibility of expression, so much more imaginative than beauty. This is another one, this is that second one of these, where I feel like it's just so direct about messaging, but it's also not really the messaging that I think the book does well, which has to do way more about the erasure of her own identity and self and the replacement of that and the loss and the connection, where this is just very directly, it can be dangerous to be desired, and actually it can be very free to just know that you are safe from desire. That's again, another great theme, not really in this book, because for that to be a theme, we'd have to see her dealing with desire more as a concept. Desire is in this book. There's some very thirsty bits in it, but it isn't something where she's actually really at threat because of desire. For her to say the immense freedom that comes with being safe from it, it's not like I want negative ramifications with desire in this, because that to me really does sound like and imply like sexual assault, rape, etc., which, I mean, does kind of happen to her, but in means that are different from what the sentence says. They're not what that sentence implies. They're more with the, you know, octopus and the exploitation of her body, that is exploitation that is specifically against what she thought was going on, where sex work she was okay with, the weird octopus stuff she obviously wasn't. But that isn't desire, except for the desire to use her body in like a research way and not care about it, which definitely is also a thing going on here. The like selling of a body for because you have no choice is definitely like a reoccurring theme. You know, just the selling of a body in terms of like labor, where the main character has to work to support her parents, and how that changes and disadvantages her in so many ways, and just having to work and do certain things in order to get necessities that other people don't have to put the same amount of work into. But again, I wouldn't frame that as being safe from desire, because you could be a weird mutant and a company could still abduct you and try to impregnate you with an octopus. We don't know, that isn't off the table. So that's just like a theme where I'm like, okay, that's not really in the book. And it is a kind of power to embrace ugliness and its possibility of expression. So much more imaginative than beauty. More so present, but again, she just isn't a character who actually thinks about beauty that much, really, in a book that is so much about the beauty culture as a whole in this bigger way. It's funny because, like, when it comes to all these themes and the ways that I'm feeling like really quite dissatisfied with a lot of this ending, especially as I've had to sit with it through, you know, stuff recently and like coming back to it and focusing and then feeling more and more, and as I'm talking I sound quite negative. I still enjoyed the book overall. I still would say it's kind of fun and weird, and there's some good bits in it. Again, there's some really good bits in it even, but a lot of ways that it just really let me down and disappoints me. And I read this in a way that was very directly linked to the fact that I read Extreme Makeover Apocalypse Edition last. These are super different books. I really wouldn't compare them except for their general topic of cosmetic industry, evil, weird goo mutation kind of stuff. But they're very different otherwise. I really wouldn't compare them. But it does strike me that that's a book I would definitely frame as imperfect in a lot of ways. I think I say that right off the top in my review of it. But I really I like Extreme Makeover is super fun and I really like it. And I think that's because as much as it squanders stuff and it also has stuff that I think is just not good, Extreme Makeover isn't reaching really that far or deep. Its commentary is present and often quite direct, but it's also very matter of fact. It's sort of this like, a lot of it is around the industry of beauty, which has to do with just, you know, this is how customers and what our marketing team says about beauty and the industry and the things that people want and the products that they want and their motivations. And so it is telling you quite directly stuff around like the American beauty industry costs this much and women on average spend this much, you know, with this many hours a day all around this cosmetics and, you know, trying to look different and look like someone else. That's all very direct in the book. But it isn't really trying to be artsy. It isn't trying to be elevated. This book definitely feels like it wants to be way more literary, elevated, thinking about deeper, bigger themes. And I am really happy to encourage that. I think that, again, I've said, lots of good theme stuff in here. There is this higher element of, you know, more thoughtful, interpretive artsiness going on, where Extreme Makeover, I'm just like, yeah, there's plenty of things wrong with it, but it works at what it does. But I think that the thing that makes me like Extreme Makeover so much more, and this one that, is that it's so much harder to like something, I think, when it's grasping nearby being very good, but is just not landing. When I can really feel that effort and that desire to do things and then sit here and be like, but in the final product, what happened that made this not function? Why is it just missing? Why didn't you do this other thing that feels like it was being set up but isn't? And that's why I find it more frustrating, even though I probably would say that for a lot of people, this book would be preferable to Extreme Makeover. But for me, it's that little bit that is just very difficult, where I'm still like, yeah, I'd reread Extreme Makeover any day over this. But yeah, they're not really comparable books. So, narrator is a mutant. Then one day she goes to visit Saja. Saja is in the recovery ward. She's actually at the ward that the main character's parents were at, so I think she's lost a lot of money. She's going by her real name. Her real name is Sally Brown, it turns out. That might have been said ages ago, but I don't remember. And she has had a lot of reconstructive surgery done, but she hasn't been able to get her hair back, so she's wearing a wig. This is where there's this is a section where they're just gonna have a very long conversation talking about some things that haven't been clarified yet. And there is this moment of calling out specifically that Saja wears a wig. I do not remember this being hinted at in any way until it's said that she's like, oh, they can fix like everything, but they can't make hair grow back, and she's wearing a wig. And I was sitting there like, wait, huh? Is that ever brought up? And I forgot to go and check, but I would swear to you that like in her other description, she just has like beautiful red hair. And then suddenly when she's being lit fire to, the main character is thinking like, Saja finally had actually that red hair that she desired this whole time for real. And I was like, wait, it's fake? So this is brought up though to explain those coppery thin threads that were found in the Gunk's farmhouse that one time, where there's a cat who's pawing under a dome. Don't know what's up with that. I don't know. Saja maybe sleeps in an isolation tank in there. Never explained. And there were those threads, and I was like, are they maybe human hair that she's mistaken for like a wig hair? She calls it kind of like that. It's Saja's hair, so okay, that's clarified. So Saja and her just kind of chat things through. They go through the plans, basically. And it's clear already, but we're getting confirmation that Victor very much was grooming the narrator this whole time. He was grooming lots of girls, in fact. And this grooming, again, has there is definitely a sexual undertone to this. Like I said, I think it is implied that is there, but it's never discussed explicitly as such. It's definitely, though, that there is a grooming of them for use in experiments and just in general, where he knew that she was a girl in a more isolated situation, that she was very talented, and that he wanted to basically like foster and control that. He sent her to this music place. One of the things that he says at one point in the book is that he was a sponsor for her scholarship at the conservatory, and part of that was related to how he felt her sound was so beautiful and so talented, but it needed refinement, and that she was playing these notes in this wrong way, and that she needed to just, if she could be taught to do better. And the narrator thinks to herself about that and is like, he's totally wrong about my sound, and what he thinks of my sound proves he doesn't know shit, because my sound is good and the points he made are dumb. But it shows that Victor is somebody who has that perception of taking things, controlling things, and shaping them into what he considers to be beautiful, which has a very heavy white supremacist tilt to it that we never get into. That was something I really thought would come up, that Victor is turning a lot of non-white people into blonde hair, blue-eyed white women. There's most of the people at the holistic store, it seems, are actually women of color, but they all appear to be just these again, Aryan, I think that's how you pronounce that, just like ideals. And that is something that feels like, again, when we are thinking about Victor and what he did and the transformation of the narrator's body, I was very surprised that there wasn't actually any direct mention relating to that aspect, that is something that he's not just turning people into what he considers to be beautiful. He's not enhancing their appearance. He is erasing their appearance totally. Enhancing, air quotes. And also into such direct extremes, and also into Helen, because the narrator looked exactly like Helen, and that's never explained. It's not like this was a coincidence. She wasn't taking, her supplements were all specifically designed by the company for her. So did Victor make her turn into Helen? Why? That's not brought up. That's not explained. The fact that nobody else at the store looks like Helen that we know of. I thought there could be something here in terms of they all look very similar, but they aren't Helen. The main character, when looking at Helen, has like a huge crush on her, and so thinks that Helen is like the most beautiful woman ever. And it could be that there could be a revelation after the fact, when Helen is dead, for example, when the narrator is reflecting on this stuff, that she realizes all of the women at the store look exactly like Helen. They were all identical Helen clones, but because she had this crush on Helen, she already, like, you know, met her and had some interactions, I think. She was definitely, like, really into Helen. She met her in a bathtub and saw her naked, actually. That's how they met. Then she was putting Helen as more beautiful because she already had an idea of her. She already had these feelings, and so it was like her feelings on Helen that were what made Helen look so much more beautiful and looked unique to her, even though now with clarity she can realize in shock horror they're all Helen and she's Helen too. But that's not in the book. That just isn't. Like, and Lilith works at that store, and she's kind of like, oh yeah, I told Saja, I think, that I would refuse to have my hair color change because it's like my family connection. So she has dark hair. And she has green eyes, actually. So again, they're not all identical. And they're not all Helen. So what was up with the Helen thing? And that feels so frustrating, because here at the end, where we're explaining stuff, one of the questions is like, so what's up with Helen? Was she in on this? And Saja's like, no, Helen was a total coincidence. Helen was not involved and she knew nothing. Helen died because she was too nice. She was really nice and she was chill. So she used to go up to the Gunks farm and hang out with the girls and people who worked there at the farm. And she took home supplements from the Gunk supply that are actually all, I mean, some of them are human bone and flesh, but others must be different because Helen didn't die of Kuru. She died of mutating. So Helen just took bad supplements and died. And that was a total accident. Victor and Saja had no idea that she was doing this. She knew nothing, was not involved in anything. Lilith, similarly, not involved in anything, knew nothing. Well, you know, beyond what we know. There was nothing deeper going on there. And that made then, retroactively, Helen and Lilith feel almost... They're not like useless as characters, they're important as characters, but so much more like diminished in a way, because it felt like that was going to have meaning in some way. The fact that she transforms into a clone of her crush is crazy to not have any importance or meaning behind it. And the fact that, again, there is just no other layer. The most that we get about Helen is that Saja's like, oh, at least she got to be beautiful before she died. Victor made sure of that. So she used to be quite plain. So apparently, you know, Helen's appearance and her beauty was all artificial too in some way, which, okay, yeah. But that's it. We also get this reveal about the grooming towards all of this, that Henry was involved. And this is something that I thought it was guessed, that the way that, like, right after she gets the job, she goes and she has this one night stand to have a shower, and that's where she meets Henry and also meets Helen. I was like, that is quite wild and convenient. So I definitely thought that this was very suspicious. The whole, you know, she goes home from working at Holistic for her first day. She needs to go and have like a hookup so that she can go and get a nice shower. And she happens to hook up with the twin brother of Helen. This is the niece and nephew of the CEO of the company she just got a job at. And yeah, and then she meets like Helen like pretty quickly after that at work. But this is actually planned, but also not in a way that makes any sense. So it turns out that her meeting Henry was not a coincidence, because the dating app she was using, hookup app, isn't actually publicly available. Victor controls who can see it, so only certain people are allowed to even see that the app exists. And then like an algorithm and other things like push the person towards the app, and then when they're on that, push them to Henry. It was designed to eventually bring all targets to Henry, which is very interesting. Saja goes, we badly needed test subjects for Everlasting, creative, intelligent women who would transmit their qualities to our projects. Victor was still keeping tabs on you, and with your parents more or less out of the way, it became very convenient to consider you as an option. All of our girls are somewhat isolated from any family or social circles for precisely this purpose. All makes sense. However, can I just say, she already had the job. That's what doesn't make any sense, is that this is something that happens after she got the job. Saja went to her restaurant and gave her this job. Saja is the one who is getting her. Her meeting Henry does nothing to progress her relationship with the company. It doesn't secure her in any way. Like, she meets Helen there by coincidence, but then that was unplanned. Helen was not involved in any of this. That was a coincidence that she met Helen that night. And she would have met Helen at work like a few days later. So her hooking up with Henry does nothing. It sounds like, you know, oh, the algorithm is designed to bring all targets to Henry. Sounds like Henry is doing something with these women. Or is the way to then be like, you know, leading into getting them a job at the company. It sounds like he's a trap, but he doesn't do anything. We never really like ever have a conversation with Henry and understand him as a person or character. He just seems a bit like stressed and disturbed since he started working as an assistant, which makes sense. But like, what are they doing then? That doesn't actually make sense. And there's nothing about like why she eventually gets used as a test subject has nothing to do with Henry and Helen. Like, it's completely unconnected, but it's here being explained, and it almost makes sense. It feels like something that maybe was in a previous draft of the book. Like, it used to be that she had a hookup with Henry first, and that did somehow lead to the job interview, getting the job or whatever, and that was rearranged to kind of like bring the job part right to the front right off the bat, rather than it being like in the very beginning of the book, we just start with the less interesting, less exciting, he goes to hook up with somebody and sees a hot girl, and that winds up leading to a job. Like, I don't really understand what it's doing here, because it's one of the things that is clearly being just told to us, but it doesn't make sense. Similarly, while we're talking about things, oh, did I explain this already? I don't think I did, because I hadn't read it yet, so how could I have? Okay, so, the sex work thing, we have this explanation, again, just kind of walking us right through it, where it's like, you know, we needed you to sign a consent form that would let us do experiments on you, and sex work was the cover. The main character's like, was there ever any actual sex work? Which, they drugged you, so that's not sex work, unless you really specifically consented to be drugged for the sex work, I guess, but like from your perspective, that still wouldn't have been sex work. You would have been raped, because that's not okay. That was not consent. But Sasha answers very surprisingly that no, the sex work thing was just more plausible than experiments. And then she goes, besides, there was sex once, the first time. So the first time these girls do something, they are dressed up. She was dressed up. And then they're knocked out and raped. And that is by Victor. And then every other time, it's just the octopus experiment stuff. Sasha goes to explain, like, it's a privilege to connect with someone at that level of spiritual awareness. I was a nervous wreck before Victor started sleeping with me and transplanting his calm energy to my mind. And it's not like it was easy for Victor. He prefers sexual partners much younger than you and me, so he may be flawed in some ways, but his wellness stats are off the chart. Which is admittedly kind of a funny thing to put after what is a very clear reference again to, I think, pedophilia, because the main character is, I believe, 23. So to say that he prefers partners much younger is a incredible red flag. And again, there's already been implications. So I think that there is something disarmingly funny, admittedly, about throwing in the ridiculous, like, his wellness stats are off the chart. Like, yeah, okay, sure, he has some flaws, but when you're talking about, like, some of the most extreme stuff that this book has. So that's, again, like, this, okay, that's just another horrified level. That's like a power, control, abuse thing. I again do question this Helen thing, where it's like, is what I'm supposed to take from the Helen thing that Victor wanted to have sex with Helen, but didn't want to have incest? So he just picked one of the girls and was like, I'll make her into a copy of Helen, and then she'll eventually be needing to do the octopus stuff. And so then, I don't understand, but okay. And yeah, so she just talks with Saja, and it's quite a long chapter that just tells us a bunch of stuff. I like this in that I am a person who likes it when they explain stuff, even though I've pointed out some of it doesn't really make sense. But I could go like, okay, like maybe the book should have just ended when she's like, I lived, but I'm mutated, but I'm fine now, instead of explaining itself, but like, okay. And then the next chapter starts with her talking about how there's been like a Netflix miniseries documentary. And so we get kind of another long chunk that is just explaining what happened and some repercussions and stuff in that just listing sort of way. It's quite brief in most ways, where it says, the first episode examines his relationship to his mother. She was Victor's hero, a beautiful woman who was abused by her husband. She eventually fled, leaving Victor and his many siblings with an alcoholic father. They trace a line from his mother's constant pregnancies and eventual abandonment to Victor's obsession with dominance over women's bodies. His childhood is the perfect catalyst for everlasting. That's all we get on like that episode. Then we go talk about subsequent episodes. And I feel like if I'm gonna get this again, I want it to be more of a theme throughout the book, or at least at the end, can you throw me a bone and give me a bit more? You know, if this was all about his obsession with, you know, his mother's body and pregnancy and childhood trauma, and this connected to a dominance over women's bodies, I see the dominance over women's bodies part, don't get me wrong, but if we're gonna really just spend a lot of time on this one thing, I really want that to be elsewhere. I want more of that, especially the connection to his mother, which seems to be the focus about everything here. When they talk about all of the crimes, they mention a lot of it, but of course a lot of it is especially on the everlasting program and the octopus pregnancy thing. So the main character's like, I watched all of this show, it was really invigorating, it was kind of weird because, you know, it was like a story that greatly affected, okay, her distance from these things. I watched it all in one night. Sucked in by the high production value, I almost forget that it's a story that has greatly affected me. I'm okay. Like, okay. Like, maybe she is just the disassociation queen. Like, you're watching a documentary about something that happened like a few months ago, where that was horrific in so many ways. Helen just died, your parents just died, Lilith died, you were in a pile of bodies, you were drugged, and she's just kind of like, I almost forgot that it's a story that greatly affected me. Okay, I think it may be a bit more than greatly. And she's also like, oh, and they do spend some time talking about me that's really brief, and because I'm Chinese, they make me like an exotic dragon lady. And yeah, okay. So then it just goes on for a much longer time. Like, the amount of time on this Netflix documentary is like a page and a half or whatever. And then that's covering like all of the episodes except for one. And the one episode that gets a lot of stuff about it is this interview and such about Alice, her shitty roommate, who is just kind of, I think I called her like a sitcom character. And so we just kind of get some of that wacky, like clueless roommate who's claiming that now she was a much bigger part of the story and way more involved than she ever was, and she now is the main character's like best friend, and we just spend time on her for a bit. And then we just kind of continue with this really meandering wrapping things up. So the main character then is like, no one's heard from Victor, though every few years someone claims to have seen him. It's been years at this point. And she is receiving like a letter from him every year that is talking about her beauty, kind of. It seems like it's from him, it's implied. but she just like throws them away. And okay. She also just kind of says, I still don't know how I survived. I don't know either. And this is our closing statements, where again, we're going to get a really firm statement on what we need to think about for this book and the message, okay? Wherever he is, he must be ugly. I remember his limited perception of beauty when we discussed music, applying it only to Haydn and Bach, and think he must believe himself too hideous to be seen. Why else would he have stayed hidden when he has the money and powerful network to cobble together a new existence for himself? He doesn't have the strength I have, given to me by my parents. Music, which is always privileged being heard above being seen. I look in the mirror and flinch, but I don't look away. The music I love teaches me there is no real beauty without ugliness. By the way, this still isn't the end of the book. We kind of keep hitting these lines where I'm like, okay, yeah, okay. And there's still a little bit more after this. So, again, the choosing to kind of make these statements, these clear mission statement kind of paragraphs, instead of showing stuff or making sure it totally makes sense, is just this real habit at this point, where we're very directly hearing like, yes, he had very limited perception, and he didn't have the power and connection and love that the narrator has, okay? He's super rich and has a big network, as you confess to, narrator. So why do you think if he returned, he would use his own identity? Like, it kind of sounds like she thinks he's so hideously ugly from the fire that he is staying hidden in the shadows and doing nothing. But why wouldn't he just get more plastic surgery? She's like, I think he thinks he's so ugly he'd never be seen, and that's why he hasn't resurfaced. What if he has resurfaced, but just under a different name? Like, if you're gonna bring in that, like, he's so rich and powerful, he has the means to avoid culpability, as so many rich and powerful people do, then you have to acknowledge that having the means to do so means he would be able to do so. Like, there's no reason to think that him looking at the mirror is so hideous that he has lost the ability to be like, I could get reconstructive surgery. Like, Saja had full reconstructive surgery. She talks about it. She's like, I have metal-infused skin now. Okay, Saja, good for you. But this is just kind of used to just make this weird point, again, that is not that weird, but it's weird in the book where it's lacking more. The way that this book deals with, like, capitalism is really, really one note. Like, okay, no, there's like two notes. There's something to be said for sure, actually. But it's still, again, like, a lot of it really feels like you're at a event and somebody says, fuck capitalism, and then, like, the room breaks out into applause because, yeah, fuck capitalism. But, like, that's, like, the extent of the depth, is that people who just kind of say capitalism is evil, but they don't really understand or recognize or think about what that means beyond just being, like, the correct opinion to say, and having, like, like, basic knowledge of, like, capitalism exploits labor, capitalism is, you know, horrible and creates wealth inequality, and like all of that stuff. But it's so surface level in that it just kind of is like, capitalism bad, please clap. And so when we have, like, one of the things early in the book that I noticed on this is that Saja, when she first meets the main character, she's shoving soggy fries between the gap in her teeth, one fry at a time. Very specific details, but that stays with you. And she talks about how the potato can be poisonous because it's, like, in the nightshade family. And the narrator is thinking, like, only rich people have the time to have small talk. Think about small talk, I think. And I was just like, what, for knowing a science fact? Like, this is, like, the level of capitalist critique we're at. Like, is it bourgeoisie to know horticulture? To just be, to, like, say a fun fact? Are we not allowed, as the working class, or whatever class I count as, I don't really work, are we not allowed to just know some random fun facts? I know some random fun facts. the only fun facts, though, that ever come to mind when I try to think to myself, what's a fun fact? The only ones that come up are what I would call as like NSFW, so they're inappropriate for most situations. But they are really fun facts. So I'm going to tell you my 2 fun facts because I've already, proven that I'm an adult who can say and think about adult things and such. Though this is just in a different way. So a blue whale. Okay. A blue whale's vagina is large enough that a human could walk inside of it. Like walk right into the entrance. Okay, fact number 2, a blue whale's penis is about 9 feet long. So those are my fun facts. And it's not because I'm like crazy rich that I'm able to think about these things. But yeah, like there definitely just is this element in the critique of wealth and consumerism where a lot of the time the book is just kind of doing a satire joke about it that is not very deep. It's like a little funny, but not much else. And then when it wants to be a little more thoughtful about it, that's rare. Like there's a good point made in the beginning where like she hears about how Victor's philosophy is about distancing the product from the end result as much as possible because people don't actually want to even see or think about the labor of something. They only want to have the item at the end result. And that's like a very true phenomenon. So like, I'm glad that was brought up. Okay. What am I done complaining? I have like one more screenshot in my collection. The music I love teaches me there's no real beauty without ugliness is like another point that feels not quite reflective as like an end piece to the book's messaging, because once more, the idea of beauty and ugliness is weirdly not as prominent as I'd like it to be in this book, especially in the personal aspect that applies to the narrator, where the idea that real beauty has ugliness in it is especially something that I don't feel like has really come up much. It's come up in music. Her talking about some of the aspects of music that she finds to be imperfect and how that makes that better. That's there. But I really want that on the person side, and that's not. Okay, so, end of the book. My throat is really starting to hurt. I woke up like coughing a bunch and I have a sore throat, and I don't like that. And I really like, okay, I'm gonna take a sip of Lucozade. It's a horrible orange drink that I have. Okay. So, last quote I'm gonna read you. And this is from the very last, bit of the book. Last scene, as it were. Though we start to just kind of get to, years are flying by. And she's just thinking about things. I try to apply what my parents taught me, but my hands are so different that I must develop a new piano technique. I upload videos on YouTube and they start going viral. Thousands and eventually millions of views. People want to see the girl who plays with hands like beaks. Since everything about me at the piano is wrong and ugly, I lose all pressure to fit my sound into the conventional beauty of classical music. Now I can try to play... I don't actually know how to say this guy's name. Now I can try to play certain composers the way that I want to hear them. Not as pieces, but as experiences. Instead of emulating great pianists, I try to sound like worms exulting in the deep earth, birds squawking in the jungle at night, the soft pour of moonlight on pavement. I wish I could tell my parents I'm a famous pianist now, that I've achieved their American dream. It only took a gimmick and cost me nearly everyone I know. I'm not stupid. I know people watch my videos on mute for the spectacle. Not to hear me, but to see the epoxied stumps with which I still try to express the ineffable. I know, and still I play. Okay, so I'm gonna come and do concluding thoughts on, okay. Right. The thing about this is that I don't believe, that's not what would happen. That's not, okay. The idea that she is very confident and assertive and is like, I know, and I'm not stupid. People only watch me on mute because I'm really gross. And, yeah, people would definitely, there would be a spectacle aspect of it. 100%, 1,000%. The spectacle aspect is there. but there's no way that this wouldn't be more inspiration porn. Like, it doesn't sound like, she talks about how she wants her music to sound more like experiences and her own sound, and she uses these like artistic metaphors to be like, this is what I want it to sound like. There isn't anything in the text around this or here that says that she is actually incapable of playing music in a way that would be sonically interesting or enjoyable. Like, that she is only able to play and it is like a complete mess of notes and such, and that's the only way that she can actually do it, but you know, she's like, this is an art piece and this is good to me. It kind of sounds like she just still can play the piano, but it faces a lot of new challenges, and the new challenges means that she embraces the imperfections in how she plays rather than obsessing on getting it perfect. Great. Why would people be listening on mute? If people are watching for a spectacle, then part of the spectacle is, look at this gross mutant lady and how beautiful or actually okay her music is. There'd be all kinds of condescending assholes and weird people and stuff being like, wow, despite everything, she still sounds okay, or you know, like that kind of stuff would totally be there. But it's not that they're just looking at her because look at how gross she is. The way that also it sounds like she's like, well, that's the only reason I'm famous and having success, is that I'm just like a thing to be mocked. She's the one who's uploading them on YouTube. Like she's sharing it with the world on purpose, and like, okay. But I would kind of expect that there would have been like a mention here that like why she's doing it. And what I would expect that to be would be that she's doing it and sharing it. One, her parents uploaded her when she was young. That's how she went viral herself long ago. It's sort of, again, like an echo full circle thing. But her own personal reasons, I assume, would be because I want to play music the way that I play them, and I want other people to hear it. I want other people to hear the music and hear the imperfections in it or the things that I'm doing differently, and know that this is something that is okay to, you know, experience, that they hear it and they might change their opinions on what classical music has to sound like. That they would see me and they would see that through everything, I am still a pianist and that I love making music and that I am still myself and a person. Even though I've been through so many changes, I don't resemble a human being anymore, as she says. But I am still a pianist, no matter what you think of me. But that's not in the text. She's just kind of like, I upload them on YouTube, and I know everyone thinks that I'm disgusting, and that I'm, you know, I'm really famous because I'm so gross and hated. But I still play and I like it. Like, it's like half of the thought, and that's just so off to me, especially because this is like leading into the last few paragraphs of the book where she's talking about how she continues to play, and while she's playing, she's imagining her family members, her parents, like, you know, being there with her. She's imagining Lilith and Helen as being in the audience and also being there and, you know, having their own reactions to her playing and supporting her, and just, you know, she's thinking about music and how that connects her to things, and that's how the book ends. Okay, so, concluding thoughts. I think that I've said a lot of them in this past rambling about various thematic things. I hope that you can see that, like, again, I really like so many of the themes that we're looking at. I think these are such interesting themes, and I think that there are so many right ways that you can, like, I don't think that there are wrong ways to tackle subjects. Like, every subject can be tackled in many wrong ways, but there are also so many, like, correct ways you can do stuff. This is why I find myself so often, I feel like couching my views and try to be like, well, there's no wrong way to do this, but also this feels like a wrong way. Like when I'm talking about how the portrayal of denial feels so not functional to me, but also acknowledging that, like, that could be intentional and that could be done well. So many things can be done well is the trick, and so many of the different nuances and ideas of the themes going on here around beauty and society and culture and, like, identity, race, whitewashing, all of these things. Some of them are done really well, and some of them have clear potential. They're in there, And then some of them just feel like we're kind of bringing it up and it's something else that is besides the topic, because there's so many things to say about beauty. And if we're talking beauty and motherhood, beauty and pregnancy, that's connected to beauty, but it's not the same as like beauty and conformity. It will still overlap because there will be beauty and conformity because of conformity of the beauty ideals that pregnant women then want to aspire to and are cut out from. But also, there are a lot of unique concerns that are not connected to that. And if you're using these things in your themes, either give me a really wide array or pick some to really focus on, and then you can use some in a lighter way. But the end of the book just makes me think, it feels like it was added later. Like this ending, starting with going to the, her going to the farm and her series of like blackouts and wake-ups, feels really tacked on in this book. I don't know what the ending would have been or should have been, but it just feels like this is not the ending the book should have gone for. That this ending feels added in editing at some point. Like in redrafting, it was decided that there needed to be a clearer ending, a simpler ending. I don't know, like something that felt much more decisive, where we have kind of an action scene for the first time in the book almost. And that is a cleaner way to bring yourself to a climax in the book and then the falling action. And that neatness feels really out of nowhere, honestly, and distracts you from then a lot of other things that aren't explained, but if not explained, because okay, not everything has to be explained, brought up again or woven into the broader anything else, not just kind of abandoned as concepts that felt like they were meant to be more. And that's what I really feel around this. I also think that her transformation is, I don't like a lot it, is a lot of it. Like this is another thing where I'm going to couch myself, I think that's the term, where I'm like, I like it in concept, I like things that can be done with it, but I don't think that this was the right ending for the character in the book, because it's she like just kind of, she's not aware of herself and her like as I kind of weirdly rearrange myself to sit, okay, she's not self-aware of her body and herself and her opinions of her appearance the entire book, right? Then she has a revelation and she's like horribly upset when she recognizes how much she lost from her parents. And she does have a line where she's like, if I can't look like my parents or whatever in myself, then I'd rather look like nothing at all. Like, okay, but she's lost all of this identity. And now I guess at the end, it's like she's forging a new identity, or she's shaking off the idea of identity entirely by becoming this non-human person. I guess that's kind of what we're going with here, but that really, again, she lost everything in there. So I'd like it if she, going back to normal is definitely something that feels difficult, but also it feels like that would be more of a reclamation of herself and what was taken from her. Because here this is what was lost and can never be again, which also can be very good. I mean, her parents are lost and can never be again, okay. But for her as a character, for all the little I know about her, I feel like it would have been a lot stronger if it had been about her looking more like what she used to look like, finding some way for that to be possible, rather than just leaving that all behind. Because she's had so much taken and erased from her and been in complete denial about that she didn't even recognize that something was incredibly, horrifically wrong. And when that hits her, it hits her so hard, but then it doesn't really come up because we're thrown into like the action climax, and then it's like months later and years later. So we really don't spend time processing any of this, except for those like really lovely, beautiful paragraphs when she has the realization, nothing else after that point. And with her and what her character is at the end and all that I really know about it, I think the ending ought to have been giving us more about her and her parents and her body and the connection there. The connection that she talks about having lost and how she is finding ways to re-find it. Even if her physical appearance can never return to what it was and never return to what it was in relation to recognizing her parents through it, there are a lot of other things that she mentions right there where she's like, you know, hoping that she has a laugh like I think her father's, and hoping that, you know, she has a certain gestures and other things that are inherited. Those things wouldn't be gone. And, you know, or might be, but I don't know. Like, that's the kind of thing that you can still have her recognize in herself and feel that connection and trying to deal with the grief and the loss of herself and her parents. But also, I want to see her deal with that emotionally and deal with that in a way that, again, connects to her body and herself. Because those are the viewpoints that we should have been seeing from this whole book. This whole book, this is the thing. It's in first person. I've never felt so distant from a first person narrator. This book should be so much about her body and herself and her identity and her mind and how that is being transformed, abused, shaped, whatever, by the other things around her. And then at the end, a recognition of what that damage was and how she is working to heal it. What we have here is kind of that last point, in that she is working to heal. She's working to be a pianist who doesn't feel pressured to be perfect, is actually kind of what it is. Like, there's the talk about, like, there's a certain power in being really ugly and people not wanting and desiring you. That's not really been part of her character before, but the piano stuff has. So really the end just is like, because I look like a monster, I don't feel the pressure to conform to piano expectations. And so I play it how I want, and playing the piano feels good because I feel connected to my family. And good for her, but I don't really know that her being a monster had to come in there. I don't actually know that her transforming entirely into just like a something is effective as a closer. It would be effective if the book had been focused way more on her body and an obsession with her body. If it had been so much more about the body dysmorphia, like eating disorders. I thought that this book would have more about eating disorders just because it's about beauty culture, and at the very beginning there was like that joke that I didn't like that was around eating disorders. But eating disorders don't come up, really. Like, I remember Helen and Lilith and stuff, they're all like eating pizzas, having a great time, but it's not really like discussed in any way, which then makes it worse that I really didn't like how it was brought up that one time. Okay. She isn't someone who is obsessed on her body. And if it was more about her and her own body, the obsession with it, that she was taking the transformation, if we saw her denial in the transformation in that she recognized how she thought it was beautiful what was happening to her, but we could see that distance between her and the ideal. If she like looked at the fact that her hair was turning blonde, naturally blonde, and thought to herself about how people think of blonde hair as beautiful, not I like that I have blonde hair. If we saw her justifying that, if that came up more and it became so much more about her wanting to control her body and accepting the things that are happening, even though there's a layer of definite horror there because of her feelings on her body being wrong, her appearance being too wrong, that then if we came at the end of the book and she was a mutated monster, but she came to recognize that it was her body still and that it felt actually better to not be always thinking about what other people's ideal of beauty is, that would be a much stronger closing part, because then we would see her reclaiming her body specifically, her outward perception, and, you know, recognizing that she is who she is internally and that the outside doesn't really matter in that way. But that's just not here. So instead, she's just kind of like a monster, and she comes to terms with it like really quick, like super quick. She is a bit horrified when she first sees herself in the mirror, when she like first wakes up. She does go to the mirror and like look at herself, but we don't get her reaction in full. It is just kind of like, I stare at myself in the mirror and think about the face that I saw there last. Here, let me find it. I know it's right here at the end. It is the end of chapter 22, 32. Yes, okay. So she goes to go and look at her face in the mirror. I slowly walk to the bathroom, holding on to as much as I can. My new abundance moves lazily around me like a body of water. In the bathroom, looking at my reflection, more shock. I touch the mirror, remembering the last one I saw. And then we get to, it takes many months, but eventually I'm able to return to a semblance of normal life. Like, what? Where is it? You know, where is the thought, emotion, reaction, processing? She just comes to terms with it and she's fine. And I'm glad that she comes to terms with it and is fine. That's important. But there's nothing in between, in the same way that there was nothing from the point of her fully losing her body before she not even really accepts it, but recognizes it. And here, she's just fine. And that was just so, that's gonna be my real, like, okay, I'm gonna start wrapping this up. My throat is really starting to hurt. And I think I'm super hungry. It's hard to tell. Hunger often feels like pain signals to me. But yeah, I'm hungry. So, okay, this book, it definitely feels like a first book. It feels like, I feel mean saying an author's first book. I really do. I think that is very, a limiting thing to think about a book or categorize, because somebody's first book could be extremely good or it could be very amateur. Somebody's 10th book could be still very amateur. It really doesn't say anything for a book to be a first book. It doesn't even say it's their first book, because they might have written many other books that aren't published. So really then are you saying it's the first book that's been through like editing? It doesn't really mean anything. But this definitely feels like a first book. And I guess that how I think of that is that in publishing terms, this feels like the author's first book, and she wanted to really, really make it something and put a lot into it and a lot of stuff into it, and maybe felt that, like, you know, when you're having your debut novel, you really don't have a guarantee you're going to have other novels after that. Even if it's a series, you don't have a guarantee. It really does depend on like performance and success. And so I imagine that there's a lot of pressure to really nail it in your first go, while also a lot of people, you know, as acknowledge, there is sometimes that amateur quality to a first book, because sometimes it is indeed the author's literal, like, first time writing a book. And so, yeah, it feels like she had a lot of ideas and things that she wanted to put in. There's a lot of messaging where I feel like the messaging is too on the nose and too straightforward. A lot of the comedy and satire elements don't feel like they're full satire, because they don't mesh with the more serious stuff. But again, they feel almost in some ways obligatory or just straightforward and simple. Other aspects are clearly more complex, and you can see that the authors put this extra like work and thought, and I enjoyed stuff where I was like Twilight Sleep and Sky Burials, and I knew stuff about that. But then other stuff is just kind of an idea on the wall. There's stuff that just feels missing or out of place or written but not planned. That's especially with the ending, where I'm like, it feels like this ending came later or something, because of how it doesn't feel to me like it's fully cohesive with the book as a whole. That it was hard to think of how to bring things together, and something just had to go there. Yeah, the prose has some really good bits of prose. It totally does. And then it has a lot of prose that is not very good. And again, there's that mixed thing of just like, there's clearly a lot of potential here and a lot of interesting ideas and some good exploration of ideas and themes. And then there's a lot that just is something I'm gonna just call a disappointment more than anything else. So yeah, I mean, I like this book. I think that a lot of people would enjoy reading this book. It definitely is engaging. There's a lot of weird stuff happening, lots of stuff I didn't mention here. And it's probably like enjoyable enough. It's generally an easy enough read, but you know, if you've made it here, you've heard a lot of other stuff about it too.